What do you want here? I'm away. Now, so put it, I get you. I get your mama. Mama,
Honourable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, shall we turn to item 5? Item 5, collection of votes and proceedings and that of the official report. We begin with votes and proceedings on Tuesday, the 23rd June 2026, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honorable Frank.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, page 9, item 5. The item 5 is rather on page 7, which has to do with recognition of visitors. So item 5B, Roman numeral VI, which has to do with delegation from the National Assembly Service Commission of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Speaker, number 3, Mr. Afis Ipesa Balungu, who is supposed to be a commissioner. The spelling for the word commissioner is incorrect. So I propose we delete that and then insert the right spelling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this very diligent work. Table, kindly acknowledge that correction, please. Page 10. And finally, page 11. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the rules and proceedings of Tuesday, the 23rd June 2026 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Honorable members, I have two official reports. The first one is the 12 June 2026 edition of the official report. 12 June 2026 edition of the official report. I take it again, Friday, 12 June 2026 edition of the official report. Honorable members, in the absence of any correction, the official report of 12 June 2026 is recorded as the true records of proceedings. Again, I have the official report of 16 June 2026 edition. 16th June 2026 edition of the official report. Yes, Honorable Frank Ajay.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, just a minor observation at column 50, that's 50.
What column?
50, column 50, paragraph 6, the second line, the member for the Chiman South, his name is Martin Ajemen Zakosa, Honorable. Over here is captured as Matthew. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I walked into the chamber after that page had been covered, so I thank him for his correction.
Thank you very much. Honorable Frank Ajay, I thank you for your diligence. Keep it up. Table, kindly acknowledge that correction, please. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of 16 June 2026 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, honorable members, leadership.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we'll jump to item 6, questions. And Mr. Speaker, we'll start from question 259. Yesterday, we did agree that the Energy Minister will come next week to answer his questions because of the program we had yesterday. And I consulted my colleagues, so I'm sure it's okay with the arrangement. And Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is attending upon cabinet meeting this afternoon. So the deputy is here to answer those questions. If we don't do this, we have a lot of backlogs. So we need to clear those backlogs.
Yes.
Speaker, the Honorable Richard Echampo, should rather proceed with caution. Because, Speaker, he's making 2 applications at the same time. You cannot do that. You should respect the chair. Your first application is that we should jump the questions as scheduled. Hence, we are omitting the questions advertised in the name of the Minister for Energy and Green Transition and move on to a question advertised in the name of the Minister of Finance. That application has not been granted. And then he jumped and says, the Finance Minister is not here. For some reasons, best known to him. And the Deputy Minister should be allowed to answer. You should wait for us to deal with your first application before you make another application. And my response to his first application, you should check the record. Yesterday, Hansard will bear me out. The Energy Minister dutifully, and he's one of the ministers I respect, he's always in the chamber when he should be. He was here. And the Honorable Roxanne sought the leave of the chair for order of business to be varied, because we have commemorative statement for persons living with disability, and so on and so forth. So we acceded to that call. Then we made the statement. But I cautioned my colleague that, okay, if that is your application, then let the record reflect that the Energy Minister will be here today to answer the question. And he acceded to it. He acceded to it. So the minister sat here and he said he will come today and answer the question. In fact, you know, I've always supported you. On this occasion, you are wrong, and I want you to admit. To say that we have said that the Energy Minister will come next week, it doesn't reflect the truth. We can understand you are struggling, I can see you are struggling, that's fine.
Thank you.
But for you to say that, the minister, we had agreed that the minister will come next week, it is not true. And you should admit that, then we can make progress.
The records will carry that. Honorable leadership, at the pre-sitting, I engaged the Deputy Finance Minister that I would take the questions for Honorable Minister for Gender first before I come to him. So I am taking questions numbered 6A0. That is, I'm dealing with the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection first before I come to the Deputy Minister, because he has personally sought permission that he will be attending cabinet meetings and I have to.
Mr. Speaker, that is in order.
Very well. This time the application is coming from me.
Speaker, you are my best friend.
Yes.
And I will never go against you. Speaker,
Yes.
you know it. Just to add that, colleagues, and I'm not litigating here, the questions are advertised in the names of colleagues. As Speaker, they were given prior notification when these questions will be taken. The Honorable Gloria Owusu, Member for Parliament for Trobo, unfortunately is not in the chamber. And it's because she has no prior knowledge that the questions will be taken today. But Speaker, once it's coming from you, who am I to oppose? Speaker, I cannot oppose your call. And so we will comply dutifully.
So, honorable members, when the owner of the question is not around, I will grant omnibus permission to any colleague to ask the question for his or her behalf so that we can move on. So question 6A0, stands in a member for Trouble, Honorable Gloria Usu. So, yes, Honorable Dr. Kabilu will take the question for her.
Mr. Speaker, very grateful. I come under order 80A3, and with the permission, authorization of the member, I beg to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, when schools in the Afiaman community in the Trobo constituency will begin to benefit from the Ghana School Feeding Program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to you and leadership for the consideration. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this Honorable House that the Efiaman Presbyterian Basic School in the Trobo constituency has been benefiting from the Ghana School Feeding Program since the beginning of the second term of the 2025-2026 academic year. Mr. Speaker, public schools in the Trobo constituency have since the beginning of the second term of the 2025-2026 academic year been benefiting from the Ghana School Feeding Program. I wish to assure the honorable member and the people of the Trobo constituency of the ministry's continued commitment to improving child nutrition, enhancing school enrollment and retention, and promoting the welfare and development of children. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Dr. Kabilo, any further question?
Mr. Speaker, the minister in her response referenced Afiama Presbyterian Basic School. She suggests that that is the only school benefiting from the program in the constituency. Are there plans by the ministry to extend it to cover other basic schools within the Trobo constituency, especially in the Afiama community? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, the public schools in the constituency stand to benefit from the Ghana School Feeding Program. But as and when we get financial clearance, then we expand. And so as we expand, all the public schools hopefully will be covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now turn to question 764. And that question stands in the name of a member for Pro-East, Honorable Emmanuel Kwaku-Boam. If Honorable is not here, any member can take the question on his behalf. Honorable Kwaku-Boam. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection the number of beneficiaries from the Pro-East constituency currently enrolled under the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program, and how the ministry intends to expand coverage to reach more eligible households in the constituency.
Respectful Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the honorable member for Pro-East constituency for this important question. Mr. Speaker, the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program remains one of government's flagship social protection interventions aimed at providing cash transfers and access to free national health insurance scheme coverage for extremely poor and vulnerable households across the country. Mr. Speaker, prior to the recent nationwide LEAP assessment exercise, the Pro-East constituency had a total of 1,109 beneficiary households enrolled onto the program. Following the successful completion of the reassessment exercise, the number of beneficiary households in the constituency has increased significantly to 2,327 households under the new LEAP, or what we call the Big LEAP program. This represents an increase of 1,218 additional households within the constituency. Mr. Speaker, this expansion forms part of government's broader commitment to strengthening social protection systems and ensuring that more poor and vulnerable households are identified and supported under the LEAP program. The ministry will continue to work closely with the Ghana National Household Registry, the Metropolitan Municipal and District Assemblies, community leaders, and other stakeholders to identify additional eligible households through the data-driven targeting mechanisms and periodic reassessment exercises. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to progressively expanding LEAP coverage nationwide, subject to the availability of resources in order to improve the livelihoods and resilience of vulnerable households and promote inclusive social development. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Champon, are you having any further questions?
Mr. Speaker, not for now. The people of Pro East are very grateful to the minister, and it is our prayer that when there's any resources, try to do the expansion for us. Thank you very much.
Well, from Pro East, let's turn to Ketu North. Honorable Eric Adam Abena. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
this time you are not having any conflicting. The friend is not here, so you can take the question.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authorization of the Member of Parliament. Omnibus. Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, may I seek to ask the Minister for Gender, General and Social Protection the plans of the ministry to get child hawkers off the streets?
Yes, very important question. Yes, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honorable member for the question. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, as the lead coordinating institution for social protection and child welfare issues, remains deeply concerned about the increasing incidence of child hawking and children living or working on the streets. Mr. Speaker, under Section 16(1) of the Children's Act 1998, Act 560, Metropolitan, Municipal, and District Assemblies are mandated to protect the welfare and promote the rights of children within their jurisdictions, and to ensure effective coordination among relevant agencies on matters concerning children. Accordingly, the direct responsibility of removing children from their street situations, including child hawking, primarily rests with the MMDAs in collaboration with other stakeholders. Notwithstanding this mandate, the ministry continues to play a strong coordinating policy and advocacy role through the following interventions. The ministry is working with MMDAs, the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development, the Ghana Police Service, civil society organizations, and development partners to strengthen child protection mechanisms for their identification, rescue, rehabilitation, and reintegration of vulnerable children engaged in street hawking. Recognizing that poverty remains a key driver of child hawking, the ministry continues to implement social protection interventions such as the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty Program, school feeding initiatives, and complementary livelihood support programs aimed at reducing household vulnerability and discouraging child labor practices. The ministry, together with stakeholders, continue to intensify public awareness campaigns and on the harmful effects of child hawking, child labor, and exploitation, while promoting the importance of education and child protection. The ministry is also supporting coordinated action by the MMDAs and relevant enforcement agencies to identify children on the streets, provide temporary care and counseling services, and facilitate family tracing and reintegration where appropriate. Government remains committed to enforcing existing child protection laws, including the Children's Act 1998, the Human Trafficking Act 2005, and other related legal frameworks aimed at protecting children from exploitation and hazardous works. Mr. Speaker, addressing child hawking requires a multi-sectorial and sustained approach involving government institutions, communities, parents, traditional authorities, civil society organizations, and development partners. The ministry will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders to ensure that children are protected, kept in school, and provided with opportunities to thrive in safe and supportive environments. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Abena, you are here yourself. So if there's any further questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank the minister for the very comprehensive answer, but also with your permission, plead with her that whatever the ministry is doing about this situation, they should facilitate it because it's really worrying, especially when you're
Honorable
driving.
Abena, hold on. Yes, what is it, Honorable Dr. Kabilu?
Mr. Speaker, I will need your ruling on this matter because we are advancing parliamentary jurisprudence. And I don't know whether per our standing order, if authorization is so given to a member, and the member in the state of that particular member is asking the question, the mere appearance of the member in the chamber truncates or revokes that particular authorization. Mr. Speaker, this is important because members are given authorization to ask questions on behalf of those members who are absent. And it is important for that determination to make that if I give authorization, the mere appearance of that member in the chamber automatically revokes that particular authorization so given. Mr. Speaker, your determination to that effect would enhance our parliamentary jurisprudence. Thank you very much.
Honorable Kabilu, I think at the onset I gave a blanket omnibus application, permission to members who says their colleagues are not in the chamber to ask questions for and on their behalf. Honorable member for Kwesimintim asked the question based on the omnibus permission. Now the owner of the question himself is here and he wants to take the supplementary question. I don't think it's any big deal.
Mr. Speaker, the member in his response, in trying to ask the question, he stated clearly, and Hansard has him. When he said that he has the authorization of the member, we even asked him, where is the authorization? Mr. Speaker, you remember, we asked where the authorization was. So, Mr. Speaker, he was not relying on your omnibus provision that you gave, unless, of course, that is now the member now telling he did not have authorization, but he was relying on your omnibus provision, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that delegation, he delegated his authority to me. Delegation does not mean abdication. So he delegated, he himself is here. And he has the question. So he gave me the authorization. Now he's here. The law does not call for express revocation of it. He didn't abdicate his authority. He just delegated.
Honorable members, please. We don't need to split our heads on this, please. My lecturer is here, but please, let's tone down. Let's rely on the omnibus permission that I gave out earlier on. So, Honorable Kwesimintim, don't come out any answer. So, Honorable Abena,
thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You can ask your supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to continue. Mr. Speaker, I was only saying that while we appreciate the minister for the comprehensive answer. No, I'm asking a follow-up. I'm only laying the foundation. Mr. Speaker, I'm only laying the foundation for a follow-up.
Eric, hold on. The leader is up.
Leader, don't do this to you.
We are all exposed to parliamentary jurisprudence, and I want to draw his attention to order, if you take your orders book, order 88.7A. Order 88.7A says, a member in asking a question shall address the House. You are now in the position to ask your follow-up questions. You are not mandated to address the House. Go straight to your follow-up questions. So that he's flouting that order. He should ask his follow-up questions.
Eric.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me thank my senior for the guidance. Mr. Speaker, I will have no follow-up on this question. Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. The last sentence of the answer provided by the minister, if I will read, the minister will continue to work collaboratively with all stakeholders to ensure that children are protected, kept in school, and provided with opportunities to thrive in safe and supportive environment. Mr. Speaker, all of us know that many of the hawkers are foreigners. So if you want to put them in school, how do you do this? Because some of them don't come from the country. So, Honorable Minister, how are you going to do the segregation and then put the Ghanaian child in school and then the foreigners? How are you going to arrange for all this?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This would have required a whole elaboration of the processes that we go through. But as earlier stated, the Ministry of Gender does not engage or embark on this alone. We work with the security agencies. So that is why I listed a couple of them, that we work with also the MMDAs, the Department of Social Welfare and Community Development, the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Police Service, civil society organizations, and development partners. All of these agencies and partners have respective roles they play, and they support the ministry, or the ministry work collaboratively with them to reintegrate the Ghanaian nationals, and those that need to be repatriated to the foreign nationals are done so with the help of Ghana Immigration Service and Foreign Affairs. So we don't do that alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Afeja South.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, may I find out from the minister respectfully, the pervasive nature of this phenomenon of child hawking, in line with all the measures that the ministry has put in place as outlined eloquently by herself. In her own judgment, are the measures working? Because every day we see the numbers doubling on the street. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To a large extent, I would say that the measures are working, because without these interventions, you realize that our streets will be flooded, and the dangers that will pose to even the children themselves is something that government will not be able to bear. So you might say that we are not there yet. We don't have the perfect situation we desire yet, but I can tell you on authority that the measures are working. Sometimes you have resource constraints in doing it as often as you would want to do in order to sustain the efforts. But to a large extent, Mr. Speaker, the efforts are indeed working. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's now turn to question 793. And we are in the same constituency, K2 North, Honorable Eric Edem Abena. So, Honorable, you may take your second question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what specific measures are being implemented to ensure quality food is served under the Ghana School Feeding Program.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for the question. As part of the resetting agenda of His Excellency John Dramani Mahamad's government, the Ghana School Feeding Program has undertaken a review of its 16 regional ecological menus to ensure the provision of adequate, balanced, and nutritious meals to beneficiary school children across the country. Mr. Speaker, this support from with support from the World Food Program and the Korea International Corporation, the Ghana School Feeding Program is piloting School Connect, a global digital monitoring tool designed to monitor compliance with the approved ecological menus and improved accountability in menu preparation and service delivery under the program. In addition, with support from the World Bank, the Ghana School Feeding Program has developed the school menu cards, which provide clear guidance on food preparation quantities, portion control, and nutritional standards. These tools are intended to strengthen compliance with the program standard operating procedures by caterers. Head teachers and relevant school authorities have also been trained to effectively monitor adherence to these guidelines. Mr. Speaker, the program has further undertaken nationwide capacity building for caterers and head cooks on food hygiene, food safety standards, nutrition, and the preparation of adequate and wholesome meals in line with the Ghana School Feeding Program operational guidelines and SOPs. To improve the nutritional quality of meals in a cost-effective manner, soybean powder has been introduced as an additional protein source for use in meals such as banku, TZ, kenke, rice balls, wache, jollof rice, soups, stews, and related dishes. Furthermore, routine monitoring and supervision at the national, regional, district, and school levels are continuously being undertaken to ensure compliance with quality assurance standards and operational guidelines for meals provision under the program. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to improving quality, safety, and nutritional values of meals served under the Ghana School Feeding Program, while ensuring sustainability within the current grant allocation framework. We are confident that the measures being implemented will significantly strengthen service delivery and improve nutritional outcomes for school children across the country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Eric, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the minister if through their monitoring there has been any situation where they found out that the food served to students did not meet the required standards, and in such situations, what sanctions apply to the caterers?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Indeed, on several occasions, we've come across below standard or expected meals prepared for the students. On some of these occasions, we've had to turn the caterer away with a meal for the appropriate meal to be prepared. And upon 1-2 cautions, we also have them to revoke their contract if they are not able to operate within the policy framework and then the standard operating procedures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Eric.
Mr. Speaker, my last supplementary question to the minister will be that I received a report from the Director of Education in my municipality expressing his satisfaction with the quality of food that is being served now. I want to find out from the minister if the improvement that we have seen in Ketu North is nationwide or it is just peculiar to my... Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister. Yes,
Thank you very
Minister.
much, and I appreciate this coming from the honorable member, because largely you only hear when it's substandard, and so to have identified that some quality work is going on, I do appreciate that on behalf of the ministry. Indeed, it's supposed to be nationwide. The standard and the quality is supposed to be the same. But being a human institution, sometimes you have people going below the standard. And when such cases are reported to the ministry, we go a long way to investigate. And then where we need to issue out punitive measures, we take those steps in doing so, just to serve as a deterrent to others who might have intentions of serving substandard food to our children. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Asante Achem Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the minister say earlier that on several occasions, caterers that had submitted or produced substandard quality food had been turned away with their food. I want to know how many instances had come to your attention, and I also want to know what measures your ministry had put in place if this happens. I ask this because the children are ready to eat, and no, it's emanating from what he said. And it is only at the time that they have to serve that this will come to the concern of either the headmistress or the headmaster. So what measures are put in place? Do the children go hungry when you sack them to go with their bad food? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In all of these, the health and safety of the child is what is paramount to us. So if we have to delay feeding for the child to get the actual meal or the nutritious meal, is in the best interest of the child than serving in the name of meeting the timeline. But how many of such, I will have to come back with the collated number. But I can cite as a typical example of the one that just occurred in the Eastern region. And so I can say that consistently, if you go around to check, and we've had honorable members of this House, and for the first time, we've been sending members of the committee to go out there and monitor themselves. And so it is not something that we intend to cover any caterer or any school that will fault. As part of the measures, I'm sure it's in one other question. As part of the measures, what we are doing is to make sure that the meals are prepared right before the teachers, they see the ingredients and make sure that they comply with all the SOPs. And so we are taking steps to get to the desired situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Ranking for Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Minister was speaking, she spoke about nutritional quality and proper way of preparing the food. I just want to find out from the Honorable Minister the effect of cost in provision of quality food to the students, effect of cost in preparing the nutritional quality food to these students. That's what I want to know.
Minister, are you okay with the question? Honorable Baje, can you ask the question again, or if you can probably come with a fresh question?
Mr. Speaker, she said that they are improving nutritional quality of the food that they are preparing and the proper way of preparing this food. That is what I'm asking, that the effect of cost on this process of preparing this food. That's what I'm asking of.
I may elucidate on the
Minister,
question.
hold on. Yeah,
What the member is asking, you had already spoken to your attempt to improve the quality of food. You are bringing in soya beans and all that. He's asking you, what is the interface of cost on your bid to improve the quality of food? That's the question.
Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I got the impression it was about the cost implication of improving the nutritious meal. Indeed, it comes with additional cost, but not one we cannot manage within the budget. So you realize that one of the first things that we did was to increase the amount of money. Minimal as it is, that is 0.50 pesos. Minimal as it is, it goes a long way to improve and relieve the caterers. One of the other things that we are also, we've also done, and we are hoping that it will go a long way to relieve the caterers, is to take out that tax component that is in the payment of the caterers, so that they will have a bit more relief in terms of the money they receive and then how they prepare the nutritious meals and then feed the children. So yes, there's cost implication anytime quality arises. And sometimes people ask about the quantity, but we focus more on the quality than the quantity as the situation is. As we get more financial clearance, we hope to also focus both on the quality and then the quantity as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, let me go to Honorable Martin Indam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister. She indicated that to improve the nutritional benefits, to improve nutrition into the food that they give to the children, they have introduced what she called soya beans powder. I want to find out from the minister whether it is the central government that provides this soya beans powder, or the caterers are supposed to buy, because there are areas that this soya beans is not available. So that is why I'm asking.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. These soya beans are locally procured. Where they don't have it, they can get from the next municipality or district. And under certain circumstances too, if they need the support of the ministry or the Ghana School Feeding Program, they can reach out. But there are other ways of getting protein, like beans and other things. So what is locally available is what the caterers are mandated to use. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Kabilu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister in her answer stated that the amount so provided is enough to provide quality meal for the students. May I know, because I do know as a matter of certainty that the amount provided was supposed to be inflation indexed. especially in line with also even the LEAP program. How much do you give per head as of now to each or per student, said that you think that it suffices for the quality? Minister, she's capable of answering the question. Stop speaking to her.
Yes.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had earlier stated that the amount used to be 1 cedi 50 pesos. Now it's been increased from 1 cedi 50 pesos to 2 cedis. And that's one, and I stated that 50 pesos increased. And I also stated that the tax component is being taken off so that they can have the full amount in order to be able to serve our children.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'll give the last one to Honorable Member for Teachman South, who used to be the former Minister for Local Government. So at least the Minister,
Thank
former
you very
Minister,
much,
let's hear
Mr.
you.
Speaker. It's refreshing to hear the Minister say that there's been an overall improvement in the quality of food. The substandard food being provided has been one of a concern to us as a country. Is she able to tell us the quantum of improvement, any figures, percentages to share, that indeed we have achieved that? Because, Mr. Speaker, she says that under her, we have witnessed an improvement. And it's important for us to bring us to speed with some clarity, some figures. Maybe these figures or some percentages, then we know what we are dealing with. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, are you able to respond? You want to respond? Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The improvement is across board. I mentioned the areas in terms of monitoring, the cooking, the feeding procedures, and it will interest you to know that in many of the places we've also introduced table manners, how the children go to pick the food and how they feed. We've introduced all of those courtesies into the program. It will be difficult to quantify that as I stand here, and this being a house of records, and me from my academic background will refrain from putting percentages to the increment for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker,
now,
just a follow-up. So I meant to take that, she will come back to us with some figures, some specifics.
then you should do the needful.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
You can invite her to come.
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Honorable Anodom, let me take the last question from you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity. Honorable Minister, just come with me to paragraph 4 of your answers. You had said that a nationwide capacity building exercise have been undertaken. And you said nationwide. So is it the case that it is all the 16 regions? If that's the case, can you apprise this House the period it took for this exercise to be undertaken and the resource persons, the caliber of resource person that were involved in this whole capacity building exercise?
Minister.
Thank you very much. We commenced the exercise from last year, and we are still doing training and retraining. And so we are not working alone with the World Food Program, as I mentioned. And then we have some Koreans also joining us, the World Bank and all of them supporting in doing this training. And then we have a curriculum with which we are guided in training the caterers. So as and when school is on vacation, we have one training program or the other to improve capacity with the caterers. And so it is something that we are continuously doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Minister, I heard you when you mentioned as part of the players, you mentioned World Bank. you've also mentioned the Koreans as part of the World Food Program. Do we have an interface where we have local caterers also playing a role so that it's not just World Bank, Koreans, and others? What is the interface of local caterers in this whole training exercise?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a good question because most of the people teaching, or the teachers, are locally procured in teaching the caterers. Thank you.
Very well, thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Return to question 766. 766. And the question stands in the name of a member for Nsuta Kwamambi Poso, Honorable Adelaide Intim. Yes,
thank you,
Honorable
very much.
Member for Offensive South, let's hear you.
Thank you very much. Speaker, I ask this question on behalf of Honorable Adelaide Intim. Speaker, I rise to ask the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection if there is any plan for the ministry to ensure the expansion of the Ghana school feeding program to cover all public schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for Nsuta Kwamambi Poso for the question. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana School Feeding Program currently provides one hot, nutritious meal each school day to approximately 4,231,059 pupils in 12,045 public schools across the country, covering learners from kindergarten to primary 6. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes the important role of the Ghana School Feeding Program in improving child nutrition, increasing school enrollment and retention, reducing absenteeism, and supporting local food production. Consequently, there is a long-term policy commitment to progressively strengthen and expand the program within available resources. However, Mr. Speaker, under the 2026 appropriation, the program did not receive financial clearance for further expansion to cover additional schools at this time. Notwithstanding this constraint, the ministry continues to engage relevant stakeholders and development partners to improve the sustainability and operational efficiency of the program while exploring opportunities for future expansion. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member and this Honourable House will be duly informed of any future expansion of the program as and when resources become available and approval is granted. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Doctor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, from the Minister's answer, the first part of paragraph 3, the Minister is saying that in the 2026 appropriation, program did not receive any financial clearance. Is the Minister saying that for the whole of this year, no additional school would benefit from the program?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, essentially, that is the implication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Fia. Oh, okay.
Speaker, I have a second supplementary.
Let's hear you.
Yes, Speaker, again, if you look at the first paragraph, the Honorable Minister is saying that only 12,045 public schools are covered. Speaker, my checks indicate that we have over 43,000 public schools. So in effect, only 28% of the public schools are benefiting. Would the Honorable Minister assure this House that come next year, 2027 budget, adequate provision will be made to ensure that more schools are covered in the school feeding program? Thank you very much.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've been in consultation with the Ministry of Finance and the President himself. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has indicated his desire to see the expansion in this regard. And if you look across the country, we are equally expanding LEAP. And so I'm very certain that the President, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, will keep their word, and then we'll see some expansion. But for this year, there is no possibility of expansion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very well. So you take the last question. That also stands in the name of Honorable Adeline Tim. So, Honorable Member for Offensive South, may do us the honors.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection what measures the ministry is taking to ensure that the abuse in the payment of livelihood empowerment against poverty, LEAP, is minimized.
Respectful Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to once again thank the Honorable Member for Insuta Kwaman Biposo for this question, which goes to the heart of accountability, transparency, and integrity in the administration of government's social protection intervention. Mr. Speaker, the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program remains one of government's flagship social protection interventions, providing bi-monthly cash transfers and access to free national health insurance scheme services for extremely poor and vulnerable households across the country. Mr. Speaker, the program has established several inbuilt safeguards and accountability mechanisms to minimize abuse, improve transparency, and ensure that benefits reach the intended beneficiaries. First, biometric verification is deployed during payment cycle to authenticate beneficiaries at the point of payment. In addition, the ministry has progressively transitioned beneficiaries from manual cash payment to digital payment platforms, including mobile money and bank-based systems. Payments are therefore made directly into verified beneficiary accounts and wallets, thereby reducing opportunities for fraud, impersonation, and leakages. Secondly, the ministry works closely with the community LEAP implementation committees, CLIC, district social welfare officers, and the local authorities to monitor programs implementation and report irregularities. Given their knowledge of beneficiary households within the communities, CLIC members play an important role in ensuring transparency and accountability at the local level. Third, the ministry continues to strengthen beneficiary targeting through the Ghana National Household Registry and periodic reassessment exercises to ensure that only eligible and deserving households benefit from the program. This process also helps identify and remove ineligible and duplicate beneficiaries from the system. Fourth, the ministry maintains close collaboration with licensed financial institutions, mobile network operators, and payment service providers to track and reconcile transactions. Service level agreements with payment partners include strict compliance, monitoring, and accountability provisions to ensure the integrity of the payment processes. Fifth, Mr. Speaker, the ministry conducts periodic audits, monitoring visits, and unannounced spot checks at district and community levels to verify payment processes and program implementation. Findings from these exercises are used to strengthen controls and address identifiable or identified gaps promptly. Finally, the program has established a functional grievance redress mechanism to enable beneficiaries and community members to report concerns, complaints, or suspected abuse relating to the late payments. Reports may be made through toll-free lines, district social welfare officers, and the designated community focal persons. All complaints received are investigated and appropriate actions taken where necessary. Mr. Speaker, government remains fully committed to strengthening accountability under the LEAP program to ensure transparency, efficiency, and the protection of public resources while safeguarding support for the poorest and most vulnerable households in the country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Bobu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I don't have any supplementary question except to thank the Honorable Minister for the elaborate response and also the measures she has put in place to address the abuses in the payment of LEAP.
Thank you
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Yes, I'll take one last question from, yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the minister's answers, the last but one paragraph, she said there's a grievance channel. I would like to find out from the minister the grievance channels and the duration it will take for a grievance to be addressed. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. As said, one of the channels is the district social welfare officers, and then the community focal persons for the LEAP program. And then we also have toll-free numbers that can be you can call and complain. And it will also be a good information for honorable members to know that members who have also officially written to the ministry reporting on one issue or the other, or with some complaints, have received our prompt attention. So I can assure honorable members that as soon as the information gets to our notice, we work on it. We've even invited people and all stakeholders involved to sit and address. The time duration depends on the availability of all the parties involved. And because it's also sometimes come from the district, it's not only one-sided. We usually will act on it promptly. So within a week, 2 weeks, we should be off with it. And whatever decision we arrive at, we make sure that it is satisfactory to all the parties involved. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. On behalf of the House, let me extend our appreciation for making time to attend upon members, your own colleagues, to respond to their questions. We thank you, and you are hereby discharged. So, yes.
Mr. Speaker, before the Deputy Minister comes to answer the questions, I pray that we'll allow him to lay item 8B. Okay, Mr. Speaker, we can do that of 8A. I will lay that on behalf of the majority leader, and the Deputy Minister will do that of the Minister of Finance before he comes to answer the questions.
Yes.
Speaker, there should be no issues with it. However, if you proceed further to the next page, page 8, there are other annual reports which I think as a matter of course, they should be laid. As we got, many of these papers have been continuously advertised on the order paper without action on them. So, Honorable Richard Champong, please further seek the leave of the Speaker so that we have ministers here. The one advertised the name of the Education Minister. We can get one of these ministers to lay them, the annual report, we can lay all of them, and then you can also lay those advertised in the name of the majority leader. So we have to do this because these days the order paper appears too skeletal, and the majority side should
Is this skeletal?
No, I said these days. this one looks quite impressive. So we can lay all these, and then the other ones can be followed up. So please.
Mr. Speaker, today my good friend is helping matters. So we'll take, as advertised at page 7, page 8, and page 9. So the Deputy Minister, for her to do that of Minister of Education, whilst the Deputy Minister for Finance will also do that of 8B. I will do 8A, I and II. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Well, before...
He should also know that there is Order 97.3. I'm just cautioning him that Order 97.3 is available. So those he is calling to come and lay the papers, they should put themselves in readiness.
Well, honorable members, before I grant the leave, kindly indulge me to acknowledge our revered visitors at the public gallery. They are quite a number. The public gallery is full to capacity. And the first group is in Fansiman Girls Senior High School. They are here being led by Jonathan Odrufojo, who is a teacher, and the school is located in the Infansiman constituency. Their number is 69. The second group is Agri Memorial School. They are here being led by Portia Apeni Ajakla, who is the Municipal Director of NCCE, and the school is located in the Ayawaso East constituency. Ayawaso East constituency. And your number is 64. The third group is Ghana Communication Technologies University. Ghana Communication Technology University. They are here being led by Alphonse Duamapo, who is the Volta Region Student President, and the school is located in the Okaikwe South constituency. Okaikwe South constituency. Your number is 42. The fourth group is the Hartley Trust Foundation School. Hartley Trust Foundation School. You are being led by Atta Esther Anita, who is the assistant head, and the school is located in the Gomoa East constituency. And your number is 62. 62. The next group is Sunyani Technical University. Sunyani Technical University. They are here being led by Awuchok Joshua, who is the SRC leader, and the school is located in the Sunyani East constituency. Sunyani East constituency. Your number is 39. And the last group is University Halls Housing Medical Students, JCRC Council. University Halls Housing Medical Students, JCRC Council. They are also being here led by Kwabena Boachi Adom, who is the leader, and the school is located in the Cape Coast North constituency. And your number is 65. So on behalf of the House, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. We wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament. You are welcome. So now the application, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I will start from 8AI.
Well, honorable members, kindly come with me to page 7. Page 7, item listed A, presentation of papers, which means we are turning to public business now. So 8A, by the majority leader.
Coordinated Program of Economic and Social Development Policies, 2025-2029.
Honorable members, the coordinated program has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report. II.
Medium-term National Development Policy Framework, 2026-2029.
Honorable members, the medium-term program is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Economy and Development for consideration and report. Now B.
Contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and Warden and Commonalty of the Ministry of Messers in respect of the renewal of head lease for Regina House Landing, United Kingdom, which provides accommodation for Ghana International Bank.
Honorable members, the paper has been duly presented. It is referred to the Finance Committee for consideration and report. We turn to C.
Annual statement of the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Fisheries and Agriculture and Aquaculture for the year 2025.
Honorable members, the paper has been duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs for consideration and report. Now we turn to D. Since the D is all related to education, I will urge that we take them once. So D.
Budget Performance Report of the Ministry of Education for the period January to December 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Sunyani Technical University for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the C.K. Tedham University of Technology and Allied Sciences for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Koforidia Technical University for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of Enchi College of Education for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Accra Technical University for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Presbyterian Women's College of Education, Ebri, for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Atebubu College of Education for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of McCoy College of Education for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Complementary Education Agency for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the National Technical Council of the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the University of Education, Winneba, for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Ghana TVET Services for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Presbyterian College of Education for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of Akachi College of Education for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the Ghana Communication Technology University for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the National Schools Inspectorate Authority for the year 2025. Annual Statement of the Audit Committee of the University of Health and Allied Sciences for the year 2025.
Honorable members, the papers of XIII, SIV, SV, SVI, SVII, SVIII, XIX have been duly referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, we can now take 8E, II, and III. The chairman of the committee is here, and we want to lay their reports.
Yes, Honorable Member for Santachin Central.
Mr. Speaker, I we need to make some correction. We make these mistakes. Sometimes we pronounce XVII, SVIII. We should pronounce it by the correct numbers. X is 10, V is 5, III is 3. So 18. Pronounce it, then we go rather than XVII and whatnot. Let's be guided. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You see, that is senior lawyer speaking. That has been the standard, senior. Yes, Honorable Member for...
Mr. Speaker, these are Roman numbers.
Yes.
How many of us have read Roman numerals here? So as they appear on the paper, we mention them like that.
Yes.
It is not a mistake as the honorable member is referring to. We have not made a mistake. We should mention it as it is on the other paper. And I think that is how we should go. So if it is there, we should go by that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senior, I think for now, let's...
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, yes, it looks like we are getting used to it. But when we mention a number, it's numbers we have written. So I think the House must be guided. I is 1, II is 2, III is 3. So convenience, So when we mention the numbers, you don't have to say, we have to pronounce them as we see them. If you have read it and know that it is either 5, it is 2, it is 3, pronounce it as 3. If it is...
I'll come to you. Yes. First, I'll come to you, but first, let him listen to final.
Very well.
I'll come to you. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of Honorable Enyimedu to the fact that on the same order paper, there are numberings that have been made in the order that he's describing, 1, 2, 3. There are some that are in alphabets, A, B, C, D, and there are some that are in Roman numerals. If you refer to the Roman numerals I as 1, you'll be confusing people because there are 1, 2, 3 there, and there are Roman numerals. So it is only proper that those that are listed as Roman numerals are read as such, and those to substantiate between the numberings. Because if you say that 1, when it is I, how would anybody listening know that you are referring to Roman numeral I? So let us go according to what is on the other paper. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, first, if you want to say something.
Right, Honorable Speaker, my learned friend is very much aware that for the sake of clarity, what he is saying cannot work. It cannot work in the sense that anytime you look at the other paper, we have alphabets, A, B, C, D. And then we have numbers, 1, 2, 3. So if the thing is V and you are calling it 5, it will create confusion in the sense that which number 5 are you referring to? But if you say the Roman numeral V, everybody knows this is what you are referring to. And we were taught that even in drafting, sometimes grammar will have to suffer for clarity. So in the same way, here, the pronunciation making distinction between the numbers, we are not wrong by saying Roman numeral I, and then we go in that particular order. It makes it clear for everybody, and really it's not a mistake.
Thank you very much. So, Senior.
Mr. Speaker, to save time, I agree.
Thank you so much. So please come with me to page 9. Page 9, item listed ye by the chairman of the committee.
Report of the Committee on Health on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the University of Ghana Medical Center for the year 2024. Report of the Committee on Health on the annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Food and Drugs Authority for the year 2024. Report of the Committee on Health on the statement on the demise of 29-year-old Charles Emisa, a victim of a vehicle hit-and-run case who was refused emergency treatment by 3 public hospitals on Friday, 6th February 2026 due to alleged non-availability of beds at the hospital.
Yes, honorable members, the report has been duly presented. I direct that the report be distributed to honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, we now turn to question number 331 in the name of Minister of Finance.
Yes. Yes, Honorable Frank Anodompe.
Before we proceed to the questions that were stood down, I noticed we've laid a number of papers and the commencement of public business. I also noticed there are further instruments that should be laid. A very obvious one is item 10. item 10, which is advertised as a motion. Speaker, I regret to say, this particular item 10 on page 10. So, in the context of the business of laying all purpose, we've done all the public business. This is a matter that concerns this House. This very item, before the House went on recess, was advertised severally. I am well informed that the Honorable Collins Dowda has finished with his job. His report is ready. Can the Deputy Whip, I've seen the Whip walk in. Can you inform us why we are prioritizing other business that are public business and business that concerns this House? We put it on the back burner. Why? And Mr. Speaker, he shouldn't just take delight in laying papers. He should also go out there and make sure the papers are ready. Today, when we met at the Ways and Means Committee, we were struck by the fact that about 100 referrals sent to the committee, 77 out of the 100 referrals, reports were ready. Reports were ready. And they are not being taken. The motions are not being taken. Are we just laying the papers? The ultimate is to ensure that the motions are taken. Reports are adopted. Why is this particular business still on the order paper? Do we just take delight in advertising business? So we must all be taking serious concern about this matter. Pension scheme that contains this House, and you are putting it somewhere. Meanwhile, the report is ready.
Yes, Majority Whip.
And the 24-hour economy.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome back my dear brother, Frank Anodompre. Frank, you are welcome. You want to announce your return. I know, but you didn't clear your voice and your throat the way you are doing today. You are back from the cocoa farms. Speaker, but on a more serious note, the report in question has been laid, I agree. But you know, it was as a result of a statement which led to the formation of an ad hoc committee, Mr. Speaker, if you recall. And so the Speaker himself has an interest in this matter. The report is being furnished with a copy. It's perused it. He's returned same to the Honorable Collins Dowda, who chairs the ad hoc committee. And Speaker, if you recall, they did a lot of benchmarking before producing the report. So there's a recommendation for some structural things to be done. And he says that it's about finishing those changes so that the report can be taken. So Frank should be patient. We'll take the report. And before let me preempt before he hits me. The House Committee report will be taken by Friday, so he should be patient. Speaker, in respect of the reference to the local government committees completion of the 77 referrals, it was a matter that we engaged this morning and we were all surprised. But the fact is that even though they've done the 77 referrals, they've considered those referrals, the reports are yet to be finalized by the committee clerk. So we have encouraged him that those out of the 77, those that are finalized, liaise with myself and then I'll liaise with the table office, then we can lay them. Out of the 77, those that are outstanding, we want to take them this meeting so that we don't go to the next meeting with 77 referrals that have been completed and not taken. So he's happy that out of the 200 something referrals, at least 71 committee has confirmed that they've considered 77. So the work is being done. And so he should be patient. We are delivering as part of the research and as part of the 24-hour economy. We are delivering around the clock. So, but on a more serious note, the item number 10, I believe sometime next week,
we should be able to be ready as a house to take it. It's very important for our welfare going forward, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members, and indulge me 2 minutes suspension, 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you so much for your indulgence. Yes, Honorable Frank.
Speaker, my colleague, Chief Webb, let me try to be as diplomatic as I can. Speaker, we are not out there, we are not here to make their work difficult. I try to draw their attention to some of these concerns because they've been lingering for far too long. They've been lingering for far too long. And this is the Parliament of Ghana. You have to change your mindset about the 24-hour economic concept. Oh yes. Oh yes. You yourself, you don't seem to buy into the 24-hour economy concept. Because his presentation is laced with a certain confused approach towards the 24-hour economy. How do you tell me that a motion that was advertised before we rose should still be on the paper and you are still advertising it? Meanwhile, you are not ready. Your report, I'm not talking about only the 77 copies of report. There are other reports that are ready. Even the one that concern housekeeping matters. They are all ready. You are not taking them. Meanwhile, you are holding high saying that you are the 24-hour economy. I want to beg him.
Let's tone down. Let's tone down.
I'll tone down. I want to conclude. You see, we want to help you to succeed, but you yourself must help yourself.
Frank is okay. Frank is okay. Frank is okay. So, honorable members, we turn to questions.
We will proceed. We will proceed. But he should proceed on a tangent of understanding what the 24-hour economy is. Yes. Yes. You can't just come and talk about one breath, 24-hour economy, another breath, you're wobbling your leg.
Honorable members, please.
He's wobbling his leg.
Let's hold on with 24-hour economy.
24-hour economy. Look at some Limu Diagro. show us your readiness. Speaker, he should show us his readiness to prosecute the agenda of 24 economy.
Well,
That's what he should be doing.
well.
Speaker, the Deputy Finance Minister
Has been around.
has been around for some time and wants to, otherwise, he knows that we are operating around the clock, 24 hours. We are even asking God for more. You know.
Yes. So, honourable members, we are beginning with question 259. Question 259. And the owner of the question, a member from Offenso South, Honourable Isaac Yao Opoku. Doc, you have the floor now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance what steps the ministry is taking to pay input suppliers who supplied agrochemicals and fertilizers to Cocoa Board for the cocoa mass spraying and high-tech programs between 2021 and 2024. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Well. Honourable Minister, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is not responsible for the payment of input suppliers who supplied agrochemicals and fertilizers to Cocoa Board. But, Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board procured excessive quantities of fertilizers and agrochemicals beyond its financial capacity between 2021 and 2024. This mismanagement of Cocoa Board finances made it impossible to pay the suppliers by the previous management of Cocoa Board. For the 2021-2022 crop year, a total of $455.7 million was procured. Meanwhile, $312.8 million was provisioned in their budget. The agrochemicals procured for the 2021-2022 season were not paid for, but Cocoa Board continued to procure additional quantities in 2022, 2023, and 2024, all of which were above the budgeted amount in each year. For instance, in the 2023-24 season, while $76.5 million was provisioned in the budget, Cocoa Board contracted about $668.6 million in agrochemicals. Mr. Speaker, ironically, while procurement of fertilizers and agrochemicals was increasing, cocoa production was declining, raising questions as to what these fertilizers and agrochemicals were used for. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board indebtedness to suppliers of fertilizers and agrochemicals between 2021 and 2024 is part of a much larger financial challenge inherited in the cocoa sector. Mr. Speaker, from January 2026 to date, Cocoa Board has paid a total of $74.5 million for agrochemicals and fertilizer suppliers. Cocoa Board is approaching the issue systematically. The strategy is to restore Cocoa Board's financial capacity so that it can honor its obligations to all creditors, including agrochemical dealers, in a sustainable and transparent manner. That is why government has adopted a number of reforms and policy measures to restore the financial health of Cocoa Board and build a sustainable financing model so that Cocoa Board can honor its obligation to all creditors, including suppliers of agrochemicals and fertilizers. Mr. Speaker, government is fixing the system so that suppliers are paid not once, but always, predictably, transparently, and on time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honorable Dr. Opoku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Speaker, can the minister give any assurance as to the time frame to cover all outstanding debts between the said period?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it will be very difficult to give any specific time frame, but the assurance is that Cocoa Board and the government is doing everything possible to clear the arrears over a period of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we turn to question 168. Question 168. It stands in the name of a member from Abuakwa South, Honorable Dr. Kingsley Ajiman. Yes.
Speaker, I come under Order 8083.
Come again?
I come under Order 8083 to ask the question.
We've already cleared that.
Okay.
The omnibus permission has been granted, so you just go ahead.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Finance, following the implementation of VAT or non-life insurance, what measures have been put in place to mitigate the potential decline in demand for non-life insurance products, example fire, which have become even more relevant during the recent fire outbreak? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me state clearly that VAT on non-life insurance was introduced through an Act of Parliament in 2023 and came into effect in 2024. However, the previous government failed to collect the tax because of the 2024 elections. Mr. Speaker, in 2025, Act 1107 was amended to exclude motor insurance, which constitutes about 40% of non-life insurance, in line with the NDC's manifesto to lessen the burden and incidence of the tax on trotro drivers, taxi drivers, and other commercial drivers, including Aboboya, Pragya, and Okada riders. Mr. Speaker, we can all attest that the demand for insurance is inextricably linked to broader economic conditions. This government has therefore established the enabling macroeconomic environment required for long-term financial sector growth. Mr. Speaker, I can state that as a result, and contrary to fears of a decline, non-life business lines subject to the VAT recorded a robust 17% growth in insurance revenue by the close of 2025, rising from 3.13 billion Ghana cedis in 2024 to 3.65 billion Ghana cedis in 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, any supplementary question?
Rightly so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want the Minister to take note that his statement that the insurance on non-life introduced in 2023 was not implemented by the previous government because of 2024 elections is not factual. It is not true and inaccurate that the previous government failed because of elections. There were stakeholder engagement that did not complete at the time. So please, for purposes of this
Honorable Member, can you ask a question?
That is so, but Mr. Speaker, it's important that there's a house of record. And it is inappropriate for the minister to state that it is because the
Honorable Member, you can ask a question that will
Mr.
solicit.
Speaker, rightly so.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, first, I want to ask the minister, what exactly did the previous government do in terms of the implementation of the VAT on non-life insurance in 2024? Please.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the previous administration passed the law. They brought it to Parliament. Parliament passed it, but they failed to collect the taxes. And the reason is that it was an election year. And so they realized it was unpopular to introduce a new
Honorable
tax,
Minister,
and they didn't do it.
don't you think you are inviting unnecessary?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, they failed to collect the taxes.
Yes.
Thank you,
Period.
Mr. Speaker.
So once you jump into that, then you inviting on. You see, if you have not said this, you wouldn't have. Yes, leader.
Speaker, let me draw the attention of our good friend, the Deputy Minister, who he says, Mr. Speaker,
Right Honorable Speaker, I believe when the procedure is set down for a right to be exercised, we follow that procedure in exercising the right. The standing order is very clear. The supplementary question must begin with the questioner. Now the questioner is on his feet to ask a supplementary question. And then you are coming in. Are we going by the rules?
Well. That is. Now, I thought. So, leader. Yes, but no, fine, but any member can draw my attention if I'm not actually going by the. But leader, I'll come to you. Let me exhaust the owner of the question and others. Then the leader will take the last lot. Yes,
Mr. Speaker, can the Deputy Finance Minister, can the Minister share with this House any official document that speaks to the fact that the previous government failed because of the 2024 elections? That is based on his answer. If there's any official document to support his statement.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, is he asking for an official document from the then government that they... Mr. Speaker, you see, once Parliament passes a law, it is for us to implement it. If you fail to implement it, and Mr. Speaker, look, the liability has accrued because when Parliament passed the law, we did not defer the implementation. As soon as the President assented to it, it became functional, and it was incumbent on you at GRA. You were at GRA then to start the collection, but you failed to do it. Tell us the reason why you failed to do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Minister, for me, you answered the question nicely, but that bit that you added, that is bringing all this confusion.
I'll proceed with my second question. Mr. Speaker, the Minister indicated in his last paragraph that contrary to fears of decline, non-life insurance recorded a robust 17% growth in insurance, and he gave us the numbers. But the question is talking about reduction in subscription. Once you have taxed the thing, the revenue can go up, but it is about the subscription numbers. Can you help this House, irrespective of the increase in revenue, the slight increase in revenue, whether the introduction of this tax has led to a reduction in subscription of non-life insurance? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, the number I gave was not the revenue that was derived as a result of the imposition of the VAT. The 3.13 billion in 2024 was actually the subscription for non-life insurance. That is what has risen by that amount to 3.65 billion, and not the VAT revenue from insurance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me go to Dr. Kabiru.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister was asked a question. Mr. Speaker, I want to lay this foundation before I ask my question. If you indulge me, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the question was to ask the Minister for Finance, following the implementation of VAT on non-life insurance, what measures have been put in place to mitigate the potential decline in demand for non-life insurance products? Mr. Speaker, the answer, with the greatest respect, does not address the question. And the question that
Honorable Kabila, I wouldn't take it.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, then
Probably
I'll ask
to
my
you,
question.
it doesn't.
Mr. Speaker, I'll go ahead to ask my question. My question
So ask
is,
your question, yes.
before the non-life VAT, there was zero revenue for that tax handler. Could the minister tell us the number of subscribers that are being rolled onto the VAT net following the implementation of this particular program, the number of people that have been subscribed to this particular, not the figure, because obviously if it's increased by 1, it's going to increase the revenue by 1. I mean, in parity of reasoning. So can you tell us the number of subscribers that the government has been able to bring into the tax net by way of non-life insurance following the implementation of this particular program?
Honorable Minister, do you have the numbers?
Mr. Speaker, I do not have the numbers readily available, but NIC can always give us the numbers. And so if the honorable member is minded, he can file a specific question for that, and I can get the data for this House. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me plead for your indulgence. So I want to read Order 89 to you.
Order
89.
89, yes.
89. Speaker, amongst others, Order 89 says, as soon as a question is answered, any member beginning with the member who asks the question may, without notice, ask a supplementary question for further clarification of any matter of fact on the answer. But a supplementary question shall not introduce a matter not included in the original question. 89.2. The member who asks a question may be allowed to ask, may be allowed to ask not more than 3 supplementary questions. So I'm basically saying, and it is not to spite the first deputy, I respect him a lot. But the point must be made that to allow a member to make a follow-up is at the discretion of the speaker. It is not mandatory. No, it is not sharp. The member may be allowed to make supplementary. So, Speaker, on any event, I was not wrong to have come in and you noticing me.
Leader.
I'm not sure I have flouted or I've gone wrong on any of the rules. I'm basically saying that we are all learning. And for the records, for you to have allowed me to speak, it is not against the rules. It is not. It's not. And I emphasize that. It is not against the rules. Speaker, you could have allowed the member to ask his follow-up. And you decided to vary it and say that you are in leadership. Make your point. I think we are within the rules.
Personally.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker. I think this is a house of record. We need to get our standing orders right. The Order 89.2 that he's reading refers to the discretion of the Speaker to allow up to 3 questions. That is what the provision is talking about. Now, the issue that I raise has got to do with Order 89.1. And with your permission, if I may read, as soon as a question is answered, any member, beginning with the member who asks the question. So supplementary question must begin with the member who asks the question. So you cannot read 2, which refers to the number of questions that the Speaker may use a discretion to allow a member to ask with Order 89.1. They are completely different things.
Honorable First Deputy Speaker, I don't think we need to split our head. Personally, I cited Honorable Ano. I thought he was on point of order. So that is why but if it is a question, normally we exhaust the owner of the question, then we come back. Normally we even give the last law to leaders. because they can even submit a question, they can even ask more than one questions. So I don't think we.
It's okay. You know I'm not a litigant. I'm a very friendly, everybody knows in this I'm friendly. I would always defer to the speaker. Speaker, I always defer to you. I just thought I should make my thoughts also known about this. Speaker, if you permit me, let me read part of his answers.
So now you are asking
now
question.
My question.
Well,
yes. Honorable Ampem, if I may quote, I think the first paragraph. Mr. Speaker, let me state clearly that VAT on non-life insurance was introduced through an Act of Parliament in 2023 and came into effect in 2024. However, the previous government failed to collect the tax because of the 2024 election. Because this matter has been back and forth. This is a House of Records. Can the minister give us evidence to this statement, or it was something he just said in jest?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, leader is repeating the question that was asked, and I answered by saying that this House passed the law, and once it is passed without deferring the implementation, you were under the obligation to collect it. As we speak now, that liability has accrued. GRA can get up and say that for all this period, you owe and you should pay. Why did you not collect it when you passed it and also got the president to assent to it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, our friend should just understand. He should know, he should be careful what to say in this house. You said because of the election, and now we are telling you provide evidence and you are dancing around your statement. Give us evidence why you said that we were not able to collect it because of the election. Give us evidence. Speaker, he should do the needful. He's a gentleman. Otherwise, just withdraw and proceed. Roxanne, what are you going to say? Are you the Minister of Finance? Are you the Minister of Finance?
Roxanne, let's hear you.
Speaker, within the terms of Order 87 and 88.7, which, Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let me read. A member in asking a question, including supplementary question, shall not address the House, raise any argument, cannot be argumentative, or offer an opinion. Mr. Speaker, my brother, the minority chief whip, has breached all the three and is badgering the Deputy Finance Minister. So I believe that flowing from the answer provided by the Deputy Finance Minister, he may actually ask another supplementary or file a substantive question to which the Finance Minister will come and respond in clear terms. But he's badgering, he's being argumentative, he's offering opinion, and he wants to address the House. We should depart. I agree that he wants to depart from. But you should depart from being argumentative, from addressing the House, and from offering an opinion.
Honorable Hips, the Hips, you are helping us to manage the House, please. The two Hips, you have the responsibility to help us. So we turn to question 93. Question 93. Honorable Member for Wa West. Honorable Member for Wa West. Honorable Peter Tebu. You have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance, when the men and women who retired voluntarily from the various security services since 2016, in line with Article 1992 and 3 of the 1992 Constitution, will be placed on monthly pension. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by clarifying the fundamental principle that governs the matter before this House. The pension arrangement applicable to many officers of the security services is the CAP 30 pension scheme. Unlike the Social Security and National Insurance Trust pension scheme, CAP 30 is non-contributory. Officers do not contribute towards their pension benefits during their years of service. The entire pension liability is therefore borne directly by the state and funded from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, under the CAP 30 framework, retiring officers are paid a gratuity equivalent to approximately 75% of their computed pension benefit. The remaining 25% of the benefit is paid out as monthly pension over a 20-year period beginning from the date of compulsory retirement. Mr. Speaker, the challenge we face arises because a significant number of officers across the security services opt to retire voluntarily as early as age 45. After receiving their gratuities, many proceed to take up other employment, sometimes even within the public service. The consequence, Mr. Speaker, is that the state may be required to pay a full pension to an individual who is simultaneously drawing a salary from another public institution. This situation raises legitimate concerns about equity, fiscal sustainability, and the responsible use of public funds. It was precisely to address this issue that the Comptroller and Accountant General's Department issued an administrative circular on 21st June 2021, acting in accordance with Section 8.3 and Section 8.4b of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, these provisions place a clear responsibility on government to ensure that public funds are managed prudently, responsibly, and in accordance with the law. The circular, which clarified the policy position, is still in force and states as follows. I, voluntary retirement does not trigger immediate payment of monthly pension benefits under CAP 30. And 2, an officer who voluntarily retires from the security services becomes eligible for monthly pension only upon reaching the age of 60, which is the recognized retirement age under the scheme. Mr. Speaker, this policy ensures that the CAP 30 pension scheme continues to function as a social protection mechanism for old age, rather than becoming a vehicle for premature pension payments while beneficiaries remain actively employed elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that this policy is not a denial of pension rights. It is simply a mechanism designed to protect the sustainability of a non-contributory pension system financed entirely by the Ghanaian taxpayer. There are, however, carefully defined exceptions. Officers who are released from service on medical grounds or under other exceptional circumstances may have their cases considered administratively on their individual merit. Mr. Speaker, I should also clarify that this policy does not apply to retired officers of the Ghana Armed Forces whose tenure is determined by fixed terms of service. The CAP 30 pension scheme is funded entirely from the consolidated fund, and therefore every decision concerning it must balance the rights of retirees with the duty of government to protect national finances. Mr. Speaker, we deeply recognize the invaluable service rendered by the men and women of our security services. They protect our borders, safeguard our communities, and defend our constitutional order. It is equally required as custodians of the public purse to ensure that pensions policies remain fair, sustainable, and consistent with the principles of sound public financial management. In summary, Mr. Speaker, an officer who voluntarily retires from the security services will receive the applicable gratuity, but monthly pension payments will commence only when that officer attains the age of 60, except in clearly defined exceptional circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this policy protects both the integrity of the pension system and the interests of the Ghanaian taxpayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, the answer is so comprehensive, but I still need to seek clarification on a few things. On page 48 of the order paper, in your answer, the second paragraph, it says, after receiving their gratuities, many proceed to take up other employment, sometimes even within the public service. Mr. Speaker, the question is, with the advent of the National Identification Authority, the Ghana card system, linked to our tax identification numbers, is it still possible that somebody can retire, get into another public office, and will not be detected? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure the person, it will be detected. If the person retires from the police service and becomes a member of parliament, it will be noted. But what we are saying is that in order to protect the public finances, we cannot continue to pay pensions for people who decide to retire voluntarily at an earlier age. Some retire at 40, at 45. And even if they are not doing public businesses, they may be doing some private businesses and earning income. They are actively engaged in doing other things. And so we, in the face of fairness, the administrative directive is that you start getting the monthly payments when you attain the age of 60. As for your gratuity, you will get it immediately, but you begin to get the monthly payment only after attaining the age of 60. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Peter Nuchu.
Mr. Speaker, page 49 of the order paper. In your answer again, Mr. Minister, I quote, there are, however, carefully defined exceptions. Officers who are released from service on medical grounds or under other exceptional circumstances may have their cases considered administratively on their individual merits. This is quite encouraging. The question is, do we have defined administrative regulations to ensure that this doesn't become capricious? Do we have defined administrative regulation to ensure that this is followed to the core? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and we have evidence of some security officers who, on the peculiarity of their issues, have been granted this, and their monthly payments are paid. Some on medical grounds, some even suffered in line of duty, and as a result, the state has to continue to cater for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, last one.
Mr. Speaker, the men and women in uniform listening to this answer will be excited, and we want to thank the Honorable Minister. We are grateful.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Member for Kwesi Efia.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, from the Minister's response towards the tail end at page 50, where the Minister said payment will only commence when officers attain the age of 60, except otherwise defined in exceptional circumstances. The Constitution, Article 199, 1 and 2, speaks explicitly on the retirement age between 60 and those who can retire at 45. So this administrative decision or position that you've taken, don't you see it in conflict with the constitutional provision in terms of the payment of pension for officers?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we do not see it to be in conflict with the provision that he read. And as I read in my response, this is an administrative decision that was taken in June 2021, and we have sustained it. We just announced that it is still in force. The mere fact that a government has changed doesn't mean government decisions are also truncated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, return to question 196. Question 196. I was looking at your place, I was not finding you. Honourable
Mr. Speaker,
Dr. Kabilu.
I am enjoying my momentary elevation as the
Elevation.
available leader.
To leadership.
So that's why you can't find me there.
So you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the alternative financing measures being implemented to support indigenous license buying companies in the absence of syndicated loan and associated seed funding for the year 2025 and 2026 cocoa seasons. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me place in context why the honourable member believes we need an alternative financing measure. The syndicated loan system failed under the watch of the previous managers of Cocoa Board after 32 years of successful implementation. As a result, in the 2024-2025 and 2025-26 cocoa seasons, the Cocoa Board operated a buyer-led pre-financing model. This funding model is entirely dependent on a buyer's willingness to bear the financing costs and to pre-finance the purchase of cocoa. The key motivation for buyers in the previous season was the rollover contract, which were priced at about $2,661 when the existing market prices were above $8,000 per ton. Once the gap between the rollover contract and the market price closed and majority of the rollover contracts were serviced, the buyer's appetite for pre-financing the purchase of the cocoa reduced. Mr. Speaker, in light of these limitations, government has adopted a new funding model for cocoa purchases with associated benefits for increasing processing. The model will mobilize domestic resources to purchase cocoa and repay with cocoa proceeds within each year. The model will be used to raise a revolving fund for Cocoa Board to turn around at least once during the season. This model will revive the indigenous license buying companies that have been completely thrown out of business as a result of the current financing model. With this model, Cocoa Board can sell beans of any volume to local processing companies and can also process and sell value-added products instead of the raw beans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dr. Kabilu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my first supplementary question is to ask for elucidation on the failure under the previous management of Cocoa Board. What, in the ministry's assessment, was the cause of the failure of the previous or the last indicated loan in respect for the indigenous produce buying companies? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the economic condition in the country at the time made it unattractive for lenders to lend to Cocoa Board, even though Cocoa Board had had the track record of being able to assess those loans. And so Cocoa Board failed to assess any financing for the purchase of cocoa. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Kabilu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The second question I have is in respect of the new model. The minister, in his response, says that they have adopted a new model for cocoa purchases with associated benefits for increased processing, and the model will mobilize domestic resources to purchase cocoa and repay with cocoa proceeds within each year. Mr. Speaker, my question is on just these last statements I have read. Can the minister educate us on this
new modeling, how the domestic resources mobilization is going to be like for the purposes of the clarity to this answer.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is intended that Cocoa Board will issue a commercial paper and will use that funds to purchase cocoa and retire within a year. And so in both the main and lean seasons, the funds generated from the proceeds from the commercial paper will be used to purchase the cocoa. And we say this will give us the flexibility. Once we are not getting money from any buyer to buy the cocoa and we are raising the funds locally to do so, we will then be able to determine what quantity of our beans we give to our local processing companies that are lying idle. And Mr. Speaker, in the next coming weeks, we are coming to this House with details of this arrangement for the House to consider and give approval for its implementation. So, Honourable Member will have the opportunity to peruse it and also make input into it. But the general arrangement is what I have explained. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, my last supplementary question is regarding, I like the comfort the minister has given. Do I also get further assurances that that loan or that commercial paper that we are going to generate domestically is not going to be foreign denominated? It's going to be local Ghanaian CD denominated facility that they are supposed to use, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so, and as I said, it is coming to this House, and so honourable members will have the opportunity to peruse it and also make input. Thank you.
Question 197. 197. That's from while we go to Manson Kwanta, Honourable Twemboa Kodua Foku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister for Finance the extent to which the fiscal policies have fulfilled the expected economic recovery promises outlined in the National Democratic Congress's manifesto. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as indicated in the 2024 National Democratic Congress manifesto, our solemn promise to the good people of Ghana was clear and simple: to stabilize the macroeconomy, drive inclusive growth, stabilize the cedi, and maintain price stability, among others. Mr. Speaker, when we assumed office, we were confronted with an economy in distress, characterized by gross fiscal indiscipline, high inflation rate, and a rapidly depreciating currency. Indeed, the situation was critical and the outlook was undeniably grim. In the face of these undeniable facts, we made a firm promise to Ghanaians to reverse this trajectory, and we have delivered on that promise. Today, we have steadily steered the economy back to stability and growth. Mr. Speaker, to achieve this, we outlined a comprehensive set of strategic and robust measures in the 2025 and 2026 budget statements and economic policy. Mr. Speaker, these measures aimed to reduce the fiscal deficit to sustainable levels, support debt sustainability, and restore macroeconomic stability. Among the measures are the following: establish the Ghana Gold Board to stem gold smuggling, improve foreign exchange inflows, and strengthen reserve accumulation. Abolish nuisance taxes such as the 1% electronic transfer levy, the 10% withholding tax on lottery and gaming winnings, and the 1% COVID-19 health recovery levy to bring relief to households and businesses and improve the efficiency of the tax system. Abolish the emission levy and on industries and vehicles, reduce the effective VAT rate from 21.9% to 20%, increase the VAT registration threshold from 200,000 cedis to 750,000 cedis, relieving small businesses of unnecessary compliance burdens, extended VAT zero rating on locally manufactured textiles to 2028, abolished the VAT on mineral recognizance and prospecting activities to attract investment, amended the Public Procurement Act to make commitment authorization and budgetary provisions prerequisites for all procurements, amended the PFM Act to introduce fiscal and debt rules that strengthen fiscal discipline and anchor medium-term debt sustainability, establish an independent fiscal council to enhance oversight, improve transparency, and ensure credible monitoring of compliance with fiscal targets, thereby reinforcing policy credibility and supporting macroeconomic stability, uncapped key statutory funds under the Earmark Funds Capping and Realignment Act 2025 to increase allocation to fund priority programs in the education, healthcare, and infrastructure sectors, established a value for money office to provide independent oversight and guarantee that public expenditure delivers real value, fully integrate GANEPS with GIFMIS to strengthen procurement transparency and expenditure control, and conducted a payroll cleanup exercise to eliminate ghost names and contain the public sector wage bill. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of government's fiscal policies and reforms underpinned by strong fiscal discipline and enhanced efficiency in public expenditure management has resulted in the significant economic turnaround being witnessed, as reflected in the marked improvements across key macroeconomic indicators, including real GDP growth of 6% in 2025, accelerating further to 6.4% in the first quarter of 2026. Inflation declining sharply from 23.8% in 2024 to 5.4% at the end of 2025, and further to 3.7% in May 2026. Interest rates falling sharply, with the 91-day Treasury bill rate dropping from 27.7% at the end of 2024 to 11.1% in December 2025, and further to 5% in June 2026. The primary balance on commitment basis improving significantly from a deficit of 3% of GDP in 2024 to a surplus of 2.6% of GDP in 2025, and a surplus of 1.2% of GDP by the end of first quarter 2026. Public debt declining sharply from 61.8% of GDP in 2024 to 44.7% of GDP in 2025, and further down to 42.2% of GDP as at the end of February 2026. The current account posting a surplus of $9.1 billion at the end of 2025, up from only $1.5 billion in 2024. The cedi appreciating by 40.7% against the US dollar, 30.9% against the British pound, and 24% against the euro in 2025. And gross international reserves increasing to 13.8 billion United States dollars, representing 5.7 months of import cover, up from $8.9 billion, equivalent to 4 months of import cover in 2024. Mr. Speaker, in line with the resetting agenda, government has stayed true to its pledge to Ghanaians. The economy has responded positively to the fiscal policy measures and macroeconomic reforms by government, resulting in lower cost of living for the ordinary Ghanaian, in line with the economic recovery promises of the NDC. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for such an elaborate response. But Minister, I have some supplementary questions for you. Minister, I would like to know how many sustainable jobs you have created directly as a result of these fiscal policies, and what sectors account for these jobs, given that currently youth unemployment levels is at 34.4% as given by the Ghana Statistical Services. Thank you.
Minister, you have the figures? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the question did not ask about the number of jobs that have been created, and so I'm unable to give figures. Government recognizes that youth unemployment continues to be a problem in this country, and so we are doing everything possible to improve on the situation. But if you are minded to file another question on employment, we will gather figures and come and show this House, and we'll also demonstrate what we are doing more. There is always a time lag between when an economic policy is implemented and when the effects of the policies are actually felt in the economy. We have restored the macroeconomic environment, and what follows is for businesses to expand. In fact, Mr. Speaker, a lot of businesses have returned to profitability following the macroeconomic improvement that we saw in this country. And once they've return to profitability, they can plow back, reinvest, expand, and employ a lot more people than they are doing today. And so it's a gradual process, and we will not relent. We will make sure that we continue to work to reduce unemployment in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this supplementary question that I asked, it's in line with the main question that I asked, because the crust of my question was about fiscal policies.
Honorable member, ask a different question. He says unemployment figures he can't give.
Okay,
right?
that is fair enough. If he hasn't, gotten the response yet, but to say that they are not related, that one, I think they are really
I'm not saying they are not related, but you brought him here for a specific question. Now you are asking him as to whether the policies have generated certain employment figures. He says he doesn't have them at hand.
No, fair
so,
enough.
And it's fair.
He hasn't got the figures here now. But you can provide it later, Minister. That is fair enough. My second supplementary question, Minister. Notwithstanding the macroeconomic indicators that you gave earlier on, elaborately, what evidence can you provide to the ordinary Ghanaian that there has been real reduction in cost of living, given that now we know that the cost of electricity is going up, the cost of water is going up, effective July? What can you tell the ordinary Ghanaian with all the elaborate improvement in economic figures that you just gave? What can you tell the ordinary Ghanaian?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell the ordinary Ghanaian, and in fact, I don't even need to tell the ordinary Ghanaian. They can attest to the fact that inflation has gone down. Prices are not increasing at the rate at which we saw in 2024. In fact, the cedi has stabilized. Every Ghanaian is aware of this. And they can attest to the fact that even prices of some commodities have gone down compared to what they were in 2024. These are things that Ghanaians live to witness. In fact, it is not for me to tell Ghanaians. Ghanaians are attesting to this themselves. And so these are the facts, and Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Your last question.
No, just a bit of response to...
I'm saying you are asking your last supplementary question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister if his ministry could provide some comprehensive scorecards, independently verifiable, that would show the implementation of all these economic programs that he's spoken about, where we are currently, the promises that were made versus where we are. If we could have some scorecards that could be independently verified. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the honorable member wants a scorecard that could be independently verified, I don't think the same ministry that is delivering should be the one to provide it. I think that civil society or other institutions, institutions of higher learning, can take some of these things upon themselves to do. Civil society can do. That can be trusted more than a politician like me bringing a scorecard and coming to tell you, my opponent, that this was your score, this is the score today. Because, I mean, you know the environment under which we operate. So I accept that challenge, but I wish it won't come from us. I wish a neutral body would do it. And in fact, there are a number of them we can point to. Credit rating agencies have been rating us, and you know what our sovereign rating was in 2024. You know what it is today. These are verified. These are trusted scorecards that we can have to display. But as I said, I feel that an independent body will be the best to do what you are asking the ministry to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes, Nana Ajin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Finance Minister has given some macroeconomic indicators. Some are declining and moving in a positive way. I would like to find out from him, the market women they promised the Women's Development Bank are still borrowing around 20% to 22%, although interest rates are falling and T-bill rates are falling. I want to find out from him, when will our market women be borrowing below 15% and below? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know institutions that are lending below 15% today. Interest rates are reducing significantly. So, and there is no question about that. You know that interest rate today is far lower than they were more than a year and a half ago. And so be assured that we will continue to work hard to bring down interest rate so that our market women will benefit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Lastly, let me give it to Damango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Honorable Minister for his answers and for dwelling on two important matters of employment and cost of living. Mr. Speaker, there will always be calm after the storm, and the statistics the Minister is talking about are not what I intend to go into, but to say to him that everything was obviously on a downward trend since 2022 downwards. So it's nothing particularly extraordinary. But to point to the Minister and ask him that Ghana Statistical Service report and other reports has indicated that Q1 budgetary performance and execution is the lowest since 2016. And I have the figures here. Q1, you plan to spend some 90 billion Ghana cedis. You spent 73 billion Ghana cedis, a deficit of 24 billion Ghana cedis, the worst since 2016. And so the question is, in the light of the figures the Minister has churned out and the reality of purchasing power, which is dwindled by several statistics and data, cost of living and employment, what measures is the Ministry of Finance putting in place to ensure that we have a much more effective budgetary execution and performance, so, Mr. Speaker, as to ensure that the private sector is properly liquidated to deal with employment and cost of living. What is the Ministry of Finance doing to deal with budgetary performance?
Thank you,
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister.
My good friend made a statement that purchasing power has reduced. That is not accurate. But on budget performance, I will tell you that in just a couple of weeks, the finance minister will be in this house to present the mid-year budget review. And you will realize that contrary to what you are thinking, budget performance is on course. So just be patient. You will see that very soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No. Nana, I wouldn't give you a platform again. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the House is a House of records. Inflation is in the positive. And the minister making a categorical statement that purchasing power has improved. Factually, it cannot be right. Because you cannot have positive inflation and you say because of power. So, Mr. Speaker, I want that. It's not about argument. Mr. Speaker.
You see, the minister has come out with his answers. If you don't believe it, that is, but to say the minister's answers cannot be right, I don't think.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided. The issue is other as whether if a member could raise point of information or point of order if a member is being misled during questioning. That's a different matter that your house would have to determine. That if a minister comes before us and is giving information which seems to be misleading, and a member can come under point of information or order, that's a different. But Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the minister, in the light of the fact that inflation is positive, in the light of the fact that exchange rate is depreciating, the statement as stated by the minister that purchasing power of Ghanaians has improved, can it be substantiated by that particular facts I have presented to him, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the response was in context. The questioner was, in fact, I appreciate his question because as long as inflation is positive, it means that prices are increasing. But prices are increasing today at a lower rate than it was in 2024. So that is what I was telling my good brother, that it is not the case that purchasing power has worsened today as compared to when he was a minister. That is the position I'm making, that purchasing power was completely eroded under your tenure when inflation was 54% than it is today when inflation is 3.7%. That is inflation went to 54% under your watch.
Thank you. Honorable members, we turn to question 331. Question 331, and it stands in the name of Honorable Mark Kwesiedu Oforikrum. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the authority of the member.
Honorable, go ahead.
I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the quantity of gold bought by the Gold Board, the source of supply, quantity bought from licensed small-scale miners, and the amount spent on the purchasing of gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me state from the outset that the Ghana Gold Board is a strategic arm of our nation's macroeconomic recovery anchored on foreign exchange mobilization and anti-smuggling architecture. The Ghana Gold Board Act 1140-2025, stipulates that its purpose is to bring our gold trade out of the shadows, formalize supply, and ensure that Ghana captures the value that used to leak out through smuggling and fragmented trading channels. Mr. Speaker, available reports, including from Reuters, indicates that Ghana lost about $11.4 billion between 2019 and 2023 through gold smuggling. The Gold Board is gradually reversing this bleeding. Mr. Speaker, on the source of supply, Gold Board's supply comes from two principal channels. First, the artisanal and small-scale mining sector, and second, the large-scale mining companies. Mr. Speaker, the Gold Board purchases and aggregates gold principally from the artisanal and small-scale mining sector through licensed buyers operating under the Gold Board licensing regime. As at 31st May 2026, Gold Board had licensed a total of 1,184 buyers, including 2 aggregators, 67 self-financing aggregators, 736 Tier 2 buyers, and 379 Tier 1 buyers. Under the terms and conditions of their licenses, these buyers are required to purchase gold exclusively from licensed miners for onward sale to the Gold Board. Mr. Speaker, from January 2025 to May 2026, the Gold Board purchased a total of 135.843 metric tons of gold, of which 135.221 metric tons were sourced from artisanal and small-scale mining sector. Mr. Speaker, last year, 2025, the Gold Board cumulatively purchased, aggregated, and exported ASM gold totaling 104 metric tons, which generated in excess of 10 billion United States dollars for the country. This singular achievement of the Gold Board was critical in the appreciation of the Ghana cedi by about 41% against the US dollar in 2025, and in increasing foreign reserves from about $8.98 billion in December 2024 to $13.8 billion by end of December 2025, among others. Mr. Speaker, from January 2025 to May 2026, the Gold Board expended approximately $16.1 billion on the purchase of gold, of which $9.8 billion was used between January and December 2025. Mr. Speaker, the bigger policy point is that government is deliberately shifting Ghana from a regime where gold wealth was dispersed, underpriced, and smuggled through the Gold Board. We have a regime where gold is transparently aggregated, assayed, refined, exported, and turned into foreign exchange and reserves for the Republic with visible and tangible benefits for the entire country. Mr. Speaker, to enhance regulatory compliance and sustainability, the Ghana Gold Board strengthened its collaboration with the National Anti-Illegal Mining Operations Secretariat to address illegal mining. Mr. Speaker, I want to emphasize that the Gold Board is not just about buying gold. It is about capturing Ghana's gold for Ghana's balance sheet, Ghana's reserves, and Ghana's economic sovereignty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes. Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, flowing from the Minister's response, page 55. Mr. Speaker, aye. Mr. Speaker, on the source of supply, Gold Board supplies come from 2 principal channels. First, the artisanal and the small-scale sector, and the second, the large-scale mining. The Speaker, in the response, when you go further, you notice that the Minister's response provides that, the Speaker, from January 2025 to May 2026, the Gold Board purchased a total of 135.843 metric tons of gold, of which 135.22 metric tons were sourced from artisanal and small-scale sector. Mr. Speaker.
So the question is?
So the question is now, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the Minister did not state the amount of gold that was sourced from the large-scale mining companies. And I'm asking if he would provide that response for because the answer is clear. 2 sources, you only mentioned 1 source. So how many golds are purchased from the large-scale mining companies? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The greater chunk of the gold that Gold Board purchased was from the ASM sector. The amount from the large-scale mining sector was very small. I can get the figure for you in just a couple of minutes. It's public records. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clearly from the entire response, the minister did not state the amount spent on the purchase of the gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If he can tell us how much was spent in the purchase of gold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this information too can be provided. I don't have it readily available, but I can get that amount for that figure for the House. Thank you.
Very well. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the minister stated in his response, Mr. Speaker, available reports, including from Reuters, indicate that Ghana lost about 11.4 billion between 2019 and 2023 through gold smuggling. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out if this report, which report is the minister referring to, and has this report come to your house for any committee as such to be assigned to verify the veracity of this report that is being referred to here by the minister? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Minister, Reuters' report is in the news. That can be verified and provided. But I have the figure for the earlier question he asked. And so, if you don't mind, we spent $16.11 billion for the purchase of the gold between January 2025 to May 2026. The figure is 16.11 billion United States dollars.
Thank you very much. Yes. Yes. You've done your... Yes, I saw Honorable Member for... Yes. Kwabri East. Okay, fine. Mention South, yes.
Mr. Speaker, from paragraph 4 of the minister's answer found at page 57. Mr. Speaker, he states as follows, and if I may take the liberty to read. Mr. Speaker, page 57, paragraph 4. Mr. Speaker, the bigger policy point is that government is deliberately shifting Ghana from a regime where gold wealth was dispersed, underpriced, and smuggled. Through the Gold Board, we have a regime where gold is transparently aggregated, assayed, refined, exported, and turned into foreign exchange and reserves for the Republic, with visible and tangible benefits for the entire country. Mr. Speaker, we all know that the assaying of gold, as from the question, from the
yes,
answer.
So let me hear your question.
Right, Mr. Speaker, the question is that with assaying of gold comes the determination of pricing of gold, particularly with the benefit of the world market price. So, Mr. Speaker, in the light of this answer, how would the minister explain the losses at the Gold Board in the light of this answer?
Well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are no losses at the Gold Board. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, please, when a question is asked, at times I can just say it is not, but I would prefer the minister to actually respond. If like what the way he has responded, then. But you said you yielded yours. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the minister's answer, 99.5% of the gold board purchases were done by small-scale artisanal miners. I want to ask the minister, what mechanism is gold board using to ensure that these small-scale artisanal miners are not indulging in galamsey? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, did you get the question?
Mr. Speaker, my question is, from the minister's answer, 99.5% of the gold that gold board bought was from small-scale artisanal miners. I'm asking, what mechanisms has gold board employed to ensure that these artisanal miners, small-scale artisanal miners, are not indulging in galamsey? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, yes.
Mr. Speaker, Gold Board goes through a strict process to license buyers, and they have their conditions they need to meet to ensure that they source the gold from companies that have mined responsibly. In addition to this, currently, Gold Board is going through a national competitive tendering process to procure a nationwide gold traceability and tracking system that will be deployed across the entire country to ensure that the gold that Gold Board purchases are traceable and that they are mined responsibly. So a lot of interventions are going in to ensure that we protect the environment and we mine responsibly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. From Ofoyukrom, we go to Dwabing. We go to Dwabing. Please. We go to Dwabing. Honorable Francis Kwabena Brimpong Usuechan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the last time the ministry paid mineral royalty to the Minerals Development Fund.
Well. Yes. Maswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the most recent payment to the Minerals Development Fund was 100 million cedis, which was made on the 3rd of June 2026. In addition to this, government transferred a total amount of 302.5 million Ghana cedis between January and May 2026, bringing the total transferred to the Minerals Development Fund this year alone to 402.4 million Ghana cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Usuechan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to find out from the minister that this payment has been made in 2026. Is it that 2026 payment or this payment is for 2025?
Minister, did you get the question? Whether the payment is in respect of 2025 or for the 2026 calendar year?
Mr. Speaker, I would have to check. These are payments we have made this year. As to whether some part of the payment were those that accrued in 2025 that were transferred this year, that is information I'll have to get back to you. The question was to find out when was the last time we made payment to the Minerals Development Fund. That is why we provided a recent, and we went further to add all those transfers we've made this year. But we can reconcile and show which ones were meant for 2025, if there were any outstanding payments to Minerals Development Fund. These can be verified. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We turn to question 468. Question 468. Oh, you wanted to ask? I thought the answer was
That's why I wanted to find out when can we get these details. Because when can we get these details? The details of the question I asked. He said, Mr. Speaker, the minister said that he will provide that those informations later.
Okay.
And I wanted to find out from the minister when.
Mr. Speaker, anytime you file another question, but if you want it privately, by close of day today, I can furnish that information to you. Thank you.
Well. Yes, Onyina, let's come to you, Kwabri East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Finance the plans of the ministry to address cocoa board payment challenges to license buying companies, especially during the months of February to September. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, government has adopted a set of reforms that will address the recurrent delay in payment to LBCs. These include, 1, a new financing model that uses domestic financing arrangements to finance cocoa purchases. This new financing arrangement will be structured in a way to ensure sufficient liquidity to LBCs throughout the year. 2, a new cocoa board bill to be laid before this House, which will, among others, propose the prohibition of cocoa board from undertaking quasi-fiscal expenditures. These expenditures have derailed cocoa board finances and affected its core functions, such as cocoa purchases. For instance, in December 2024, while cocoa board was paying for cocoa roads, LBCs were owed for cocoa delivered to cocoa board, some of which dates back to 2022. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the adoption of a new financing model and the discipline imposed by the new cocoa board bill will address the yearly delays in payment to LBCs. Mr. Speaker, let me add that between 2017 and 2023, cocoa board typically used the syndicated loan to
Honourable
finance...
members, please, we brought the minister here to respond to us. So I think it's befitting that we give him a hearing. The noise in the chamber is too much, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Let me add that between 2017 and 2023, cocoa board typically used the syndicated loan to finance cocoa purchases and quasi-fiscal activities such as cocoa roads. However, when the syndicated loan was exhausted, the previous managers of cocoa board resorted to additional borrowing from the domestic market through the issuance of expensive cocoa bills to finance the cocoa purchase. This appetite for borrowing led to unsustainable debt at cocoa board, resulting in the default on the servicing of the cocoa bills in 2023. Mr. Speaker, we will not repeat past reckless mistakes. This government is committed to restoring the finances of cocoa board and placing it on a sustainable path. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Onyina.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, let me ask the finance minister, what's wrong with the current financing model of forward trading that is warranting the new bill, and with the new bill, won't the farmers be exposed to the harsh vagaries of the world market prices? I said, you got the first part of the question. So the second part is, with the new model, won't the farmers, the cocoa farmers, be exposed to the harsh vagaries of the world market price?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the syndicated loan served us quite well, as I said in one of the questions earlier, that over 32 years, that is what cocoa board relied on in the purchasing of cocoa. But since that failed, cocoa board then resorted to getting buyers to pre-finance the purchases of cocoa. And at that time, because the arrangement was that the forward sale locked in a lower price and the actual price was way above, around 8,000, the appetite was there. When the gap narrowed, they chickened out and they were not then sending money for the purchase of cocoa. That is a challenge that we face since February. And so the arrangement today is that we mobilize resources internally and use it to purchase the cocoa. That will be in the best interest. But when the bill is brought here and the new arrangement is brought, you will see that, among others, government is committing that 70% of FOB price should be paid directly to farmers. So farmers will be better off in the new arrangement because we are raising the funds locally, and we'll have the flexibility to give a lot of the beans to our processing companies that have huge installed capacity but are not able to process the beans today because of the purchasing arrangements. And so rest assured that this arrangement will be in the best interest of the cocoa farmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Onyina.
Mr. Speaker, when Cocoa Board delays payment, LBCs are exposed to finance cost that goes beyond the agreed 21-day period. Per this new arrangement, is Cocoa Board going to reimburse the LBCs on the extra days that, if there are delays, will Cocoa Board reimburse the LBCs on the extra finance costs that they incur from their operations due to Cocoa Board delays? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is expected that the new arrangement will not cause any delay because we will not be waiting for buyers to bring money before we send to LBCs to pay cocoa farmers. We are sourcing the financing locally through the issuance of a commercial paper. So once we raise the funds, it will be paid to LBCs promptly to purchase the cocoa. And so that is the arrangement. And I stated earlier that in the few coming weeks, that arrangement will be placed before this House, and honorable members will have opportunity to interrogate it and also make input to perfect it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We move to question 531, and that is from a member, Honorable Martin Kwakwaje Mensah-Kosa, Techiman South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Finance when government intends to roll out its intended Women Development Bank project, which received a 50 million allocation in the 2025 budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the honorable member confirmed, 51.3 million Ghana cedis was allocated for this intervention in 2025. In addition, government in 2026 budget set aside 450 million for this initiative. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that a lot of preparatory works have been done. On 26th of January 2026, the company, WDB Ghana Limited, was incorporated. Government has subsequently applied to the Bank of Ghana for the license to operate the Women's Development Bank. I wish to assure the House, the honorable members, and the House that the Minister for Finance will give full update on this intervention as part of the mid-year fiscal policy review scheduled for next month, July. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yeah, Honorable Mensah.
Mr. Speaker, quite worryingly, it's obvious that this answer prevents me from proceeding further. But the worrying thing, Mr. Speaker, is that this is a question that has been filed since a year, nearly, 14th of July 2025. I'm not able to tell what the scope of the minister's updates on this would be. But Mr. Speaker, in the case that I don't get these answers, then it means that the question still doesn't get answered. Mr. Speaker, a policy that receives budgetary allocations, one would have thought that there ought to have been some idea of operational dates, some operational modalities.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Martin.
Mr. Speaker, I'm only saying that I hope that the scope of the updates would be all-encompassing and answer the lingering questions.
Belware.
This policy concerns our constituents.
Belware.
They are asking. Mr. Speaker, can I proceed?
Yeah, just ask the
Yes,
question,
Mr. Speaker,
please.
it's a worrying matter. Over a year's question. I still cannot have the minister to
Honorable
answer.
James, just ask the question.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you. I hope that the minister's questions
Well. So, Honorable Members, we turn to the last question, 534. 534. That is from Techima South. We are now coming to Accra Central. Accra Central. Yes, Honorable Charles Forson.
Speaker, I have related to the member, and to that effect, I want to come under Order 92. And as it were, seek your leave to withdraw the question accordingly.
Well, honorable members, the application is hereby admitted. We've approved the application and the question is hereby withdrawn. So, Honorable Minister, on behalf of the House, we thank you for attending upon the House, your own colleagues, to respond to their questions. We are so grateful and you are hereby discharged. Yes.
Speaker, may I pray that we vary the order of business to lay some papers before we take the statements listed under item number 7. So let's lay the papers. Item number 8A and B. Page 7.
8A, haven't we done that?
And then you've done all.
We've laid all the papers.
Okay. Then the statements.
But
my colleague should be grateful to us. My good friend should be grateful to us. In fact, we have ensured that all these papers have been laid. All the papers have been laid, right from 8A, Chief Whip. You see, he won't listen. All your papers have been laid. And from 8A, B, C, D, and even E. You should be thanking us. Relate to Honorable Charles Forson, and he will let you know the support we have given to you today. Anyway, so we should be proceeding.
Thank you. So, honorable members, I will thank you and cede the seat to the first deputy speaker to continue. But meanwhile, leadership, yes, guide us.
Speaker, we want to take the motion of rescission in respect of the GIPC bill. Yes, it is.
My friend, we will cooperate when we have to. Speaker, my colleague should give us a guide, and he understands this work so well. Give us a guide how you want to navigate. Then we can follow and support you. You are picking and choosing. You go and mention item 10 and you move to item 44. It's in quite a confused manner. You are going to 48 now. Then after that, you move to where? You should just give us a pattern, then we can follow.
Speaker, I gave an indication. The Honorable Ano himself has reminded the House that all the items I indicated have been laid. Now, I'm saying that we should take item number 42. Again, he says, I'm guiding you in a methodical manner. Relax.
Honourable members, the agreement is to take item number 42. Is it 42 or 48? It's motion number 42. Yes.
Speaker, I am aware there have been some engagement. Now, the chair had subsequently informed leadership that it is their pleasure that this business is taken tomorrow. Yes, that's what he said to me before he left the chamber. And I'm sure the ranking member can confirm that. But if it is the pleasure of your side that you want to go ahead, I mean, this is not harmful.
We can take the motion and defer the consideration to tomorrow.
Yeah, but he did not communicate that to us.
The motion is 42 and the consideration is 43. And we are talking about 42. So 43 will require the presence of the chairman. But 42 is a motion in the name of the minister.
Speaker, in this house, we must always help you to guide the house. And he is calling the business. And I'm saying, if it is the intent that he wants to take the motion and then the consideration will be taken later on or the question will not be put, then he must say so that we follow duly. That's all I'm saying.
Speaker, with all due respect to my brother, the indication is to take motion number 42. I haven't hinted of taking 43 consequentially. So let's take 42. When the decision is taken, then yes, exactly. But so let's take 42.
Motion number 42, Minister responsible for finance.
Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Finance is unavoidably absent. Today's cabinet, and so the deputy, today's cabinet, they are in cabinet as we speak. So the deputy has been here, he's a member, he's been on the floor, he's done a lot of business. I pray that he takes this on behalf of his boss. I thank you.
Well, he got up to do it anyway without. Oh, yes, I saw him. He has been doing all the business of the finance minister, so it will be most unfair for me to oppose. So you go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House resigns its decision taken on Thursday, 26 March 2026, in respect of the third reading of the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority Bill 2025. I so move, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
A background.
Yes.
This has become necessary because of the inadvertent omission of some clauses that were supposed to be taken. Mr. Speaker, if you recall, during the referral to the committee and subsequent consideration by the committee, there were a lot of amendments proposed by the committee, and so we were of the opinion that the bill should be withdrawn and relayed, but we were advised that if we did that, it had to go through the entire process again, and so we should go ahead and consider the original bill as was laid in the House. In the process, we omitted some of the clauses that the committee had raised, some of the amendments. And so this came to light subsequently. And so we humbly appeal that we resign the decision and take it through another consideration stage to be able to, for us to be able to incorporate the relevant omissions. Thank you.
Motion ably moved. Any seconder?
Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Honourable members, motion moved and seconded, and it is for the consideration of the House. members, in the absence of any consideration, I will put a question. As many as are in favor of the motion for rescission, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The motion for rescission is accordingly adopted. Now, the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority Bill 2025 is at consideration stage. Yes.
Speaker, may I propose that we take just a couple of the provisions, and then we can come back tomorrow and finish it. Let's take just a couple of the provisions and then. It's in the order paper, please. Check. Please. Can I? Let me. I beg you. Wait. Speaker, the advertised amendments are featured on page 32, 33, and 34 of today's order paper. But gauging the sense of the House, my prayer is that we take just a couple, then tomorrow we can come and finish. I don't, because, oh, can you please? So we are just praying to take just a couple of the provisions and then we come and take the rest tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, that's my prayer to my brother across the divide.
John, are you going?
We have engaged, and we have agreed that we'll take just a couple.
Speaker, you see, this element of surprise is what I've always been speaking against. Nobody is here to hold you to ransom or delay or frustrate government business. Just a while ago, I had inquired from my colleague, and he said, no, I have not talked about consequential business of consideration. I am only interested in rescission. There was clarity in his statement. Suddenly, he said, okay, let's take a couple. Now, after a couple, he will say, let's take one more clause. After one more clause, he will say, let's do another clause. No, I submit strongly. The chair related to me before he left the chamber. He said, and Speaker, I winked at you, and then, there was some exchange between, then I asked him to come and talk to you. The chairman is not here. There are only few amendments you want to incorporate. Between now and tomorrow, what will go wrong?
Honorable Anodompe, in view of the fact that the maze has been tilted to bring this particular bill at consideration stage, if possible, we can do one clause and defer the rest to tomorrow.
Check. Speaker. John, what do you jump? Speaker, with respect to you,
so
the tilting of the
now,
maze, the tilting of the maze has no consequence.
So if you we take the rescission motion and bring the bill to a consideration stage, then we defer the consideration stage.
Consideration, we want members to make informed input. And look at the advertised amendment. There are not too many. I am just humbly saying that to the extent that the leadership of the committee is not here, and the leadership had communicated, giving prior notification of their willingness to ensure that we make these amendments. Nothing will go wrong if we take this, we do it tomorrow. But if it is the pleasure of our colleagues, you want to insist, fine. We will just observe, go ahead and do it as you wish.
Speaker, for the records, we are not insisting. We are negotiating. That's how we do this work. We consult. Speaker, just a while ago, my brother was the one belaboring the point that there are a lot of advertised items that that continue to persist on the order paper that we don't take. So if we have an opportunity to lessen the burdens, I believe that, yes, it's important. So my prayer is that we take just a couple, 1, 2, 3, and then we leave it there. Tomorrow, the numbers that will come and take in respect of the advertised amendments will be less than those that will discharge today. So I plead with you, my brother. So, Speaker, let's take the first 3, and then we can. Don't wash your hands, I beg you.
Speaker, we want to show patriotism. They are pushing us to cooperate. So we will agree that we'll do a clause, and then tomorrow we will finish it.
Honorable members, this is a house of record. This is a house of record. Honorable Minority Whip, this is a house of record. If an item or a business is advertised on the order paper to be done for that day, why do we have to negotiate again?
May I?
Yes.
Somebody's mic is on. Somebody's mic is on. Yes, Speaker, you asked a very important question. And if I may answer from my little experience in this house. So if you look at the order paper for today, quite voluminous. Practice has shown that it is not all the business that are advertised that eventually gets taken because of exigencies of issues that come up. For instance, Speaker, let me give you a typical example. Yesterday, we had 3 statements admitted and advertised. Only 2 were taken, with the understanding that today we'll take the other one. We've not been able to take it. But we are ready to make a compromise. We are ready to make a compromise. The honorable member is ready to make a compromise. That is why we were not pushing for any of those statements to be taken, but to make sure that you lay all the papers that are public business. So we are not compelled to negotiate necessarily, but we are saying that to the extent that the context in which this business was taken, we took it, a reason has come up that we had to rescind and begin the process again. And there has been good communication from the leadership of the committee. That is why, Speaker, I'm only saying that we engage. It is not a negotiation in its meaning as we are negotiating.
Yes,
but we are just engaging
in that
get an
case,
understanding.
we normally defer to the leader of government business.
Speaker, that's fine. They can proceed.
Or is that not the case?
Yes, Speaker.
We defer to the leader of government business. For the leader of government business to pick and choose.
I'm not the leader of government business. I am not.
Speaker, I believe that let's take the couple of the first 3. A couple. Yes, I said a couple of the advertised amendments. Then we can take the statements and then we can adjourn for the day, Mr. Speaker. Humbly submitted.
Item numbered 43, Ghana Investment Promotion Authority Bill 2025 at consideration stage. Clause 4.
Functions of the authority.
Chairman of the committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, Clause 4, amendment proposed, paragraph Q, Land 2. after agreement, delete which entered into force on 30th May 2019. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is for the consideration of the House.
Speaker, I rise to support the amendment.
Honorable members, I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on entire clause 4. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 29.
Annual report and other reports.
Chairman of the committee.
Clause 29, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1. Delete authority and insert board. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on entire clause 29 in absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 29 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 43.
Dispute resolution procedures.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Clause 43, amendment proposed. Subclause 10, the closing phrase, delete office of the president and insert minister. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment?
Speaker, I rise to support the present amendment.
Honourable members, I'll put a question on the proposed amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 43 in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 43 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 44.
Establishment of an investor grievance mechanism.
Chairman of the committee.
Clause 44, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, line 3. After 2, delete arbitration and insert a dispute resolution procedure. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question on the proposed amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, I'll put a question on entire clause 44 in the absence of any further amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 44 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 55.
Offences and penalties.
Chairman of the committee.
Clause 55, right honourable Speaker. Amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraphs A to D. Delete and insert the following paragraphs. A, let and sublet a store or a store in a market to a foreigner for an activity relating to trading, or B, contravenes a provision of this act for which a penalty is not specified except for section 50. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment? I'll put a question on the chairman's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now I'll put a question on entire clause 55. Very well. Let's do amendment VI. I may move amendment VI, also on clause 55. Hello, Chairman. You may move VI in clause 55. Page
Right,
33.
Honorable Speaker, clause 55 VI.
Yes.
Amendment proposed. Subclause 4, line 5. Delete 1 and insert 2. I so move.
All members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. I'll put a question. Those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the question on entire clause 55. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 55 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, I indicated that we'll take a couple and then we can, but I think that the sense of the House is that let's finish. We only have one amendment one amendment in respect of one provision to consider, which is clause 59. So let's finish it, my brother. We'll do the statement. I give you my word. We'll do the statement.
Clause 59.
Interpretation.
Chairman of the committee.
Under 59, we have various amendments proposed.
Yes, VII.
Yeah, VII amendment proposed. After interpretation for capital, insert the following definition for citizen. Citizen means a citizen of Ghana. I so moved.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? I'll put a question. Those in favor of the amendment proposed by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, VIII.
Clause 59 VIII, amendment proposed. After interpretation for board, insert the following definition for branch. Branch means a fixed place of business in Ghana other than the head office or registered office established by an enterprise registered under this act, through which the enterprise wholly or partly carries on the business of the enterprise, and which does not constitute a separate legal entity from the enterprise. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. Any further amendment? In the absence of any further amendment, I'll put a question. Those in favor of the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, 59 IX.
Clause 59 IS, amendment proposed. Delete interpretation for constitution. I so move.
All members, the proposed amendment is for the consideration of the House. I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment, as in IX, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman X.
Clause 59X, amendment proposed. Delete interpretation for government. I so move.
Yes.
Chairman, can you justify why you are deleting definition of government?
Didn't the Interpretation Act define same? In other words, is government a term of art to be interpreted?
Speaker, government has been defined in the Constitution, so I think that we could have borrowed from there. But if you think that it's not a term of art to be defined, because, for instance, citizen, you proceeded, we don't enact laws for any other country, but you decided to define citizen to mean the citizens of Ghana. You know, so.
But since government has already been defined in the Constitution, there wasn't the need for us to redefine it. Please. Right Honorable Speaker, the proposed amendment still stands. 59X, delete interpretation for government. I so move.
I'll put a question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman X, aye.
Clause 59SI, amendment proposed. Interpretation for minister. Delete and insert the following. Minister means the minister designates in writing by the president to have oversight responsibility over the authority under subsection 2 of section 15 of this act. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment is for your consideration. In the absence of any further, yes?
Speaker, why don't we leave the meaning be ascribed to minister in writing by the president? Because in writing, president will indicate. Do we have to extend it to
subsection 2 of section 15 says?
What does
because
it say?
They are cross-referencing.
Yes.
So let's look at what it says. Then that will inform us if there is a need for a necessary modification. So 15.2 is saying the president shall in writing designate a minister to have oversight responsibility over the authority. And they are cross-referencing
that
the 15.2.
That provision?
Yes, that provision.
Because it's a mandatory term.
Yes.
Okay, so the communication couldn't have been done without recourse to subsection 2 of 15?
Yes.
Okay, it's in order.
So I'll put a question. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The proposed amendment is ordered to stand part of the bill. Chairman, clause 59, XII.
Clause 59 SII, amendment proposed. Interpretation for technology transfer agreements. Opening phrase, delete and insert the following. Technology transfer agreement means an agreement of a duration not less than 12 months between a foreign enterprise or entity which is duly incorporated or registered in the country of origin of the foreign enterprise or entity, and an enterprise or entity which is duly incorporated or registered in Ghana and involves one or more of the following. I so move.
Honourable members, the proposed amendment by the chairman of the committee is for the consideration of the House. Any further amendment?
Speaker, I support the present amendment.
I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Now I'll put a question on the entire clause 59 as variously amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 59 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, in view of this amendment, we have to look at the long title again to see whether the proposed amendment will have impact on the long title. Therefore, the long title is under consideration.
An act to establish the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority to encourage, promote, facilitate, and regulate investments into and within Ghana, to provide for the creation of an investment in Ghana, to facilitate investment outside Ghana by Ghanaian investors in Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
Honourable members, the long title is for your consideration. Any proposed amendment? In the absence of any proposed amendment, I'll put a question on the long title. As many as yes.
I'm curious why the insertion of Ghanaian investors and not just investors. Can an investor other than a Ghanaian investor function under this law? Being the long title. So my humble view is that we shouldn't qualify the investor as Ghanaian investor. It may be a foreign investor who may invest, and this framework will govern his business. So I think that in the long title, we should take away the adjective and just leave it at investor.
That we consider this once. So they have to read the new rendition, the one that we passed, not the bill that came. So
An act to establish the Ghana Investment Promotion Authority to encourage, promote, facilitate, and regulate investments into and within Ghana, to provide for the creation of an incentive framework and a transparent, predictable, and facilitating environment for investment in Ghana, to facilitate investment outside Ghana by Ghanaian investors in Ghana, and to provide for related matters.
yes, this is the rendition that the House is supposed to consider. Any proposed amendment?
Speaker, I rise to support the present amendment.
Honourable members, I'll put a question. As many as are in favor of the long title standing part of the bill say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. And honourable members, we have come to the end of consideration stage of Ghana Investment Promotion Authority Bill 2025. Yes, Majority Leader.
Speaker, we want to thank our colleagues on the other side for assisting us to conclude business in respect of this bill. We thank them so much. My brother, Minority Chief Whip, I'm showing gratitude for your understanding and helping us to navigate this. You know, because of the issue after the rescission, I thank you for helping us. So, Mr. Speaker, May I pray that we vary business and return to 44. Let's, it's okay. It's okay. Let me, I plead with you. Let's do it tomorrow. So, Speaker, I pray that we take item 7. There are 2 statements that we've deferred for a couple of days now. We want to take it. One in the name of Dr. Che, and then the other in the name of my brother, Robert Kujo. Quickly, Speaker, we are praying that we take 1 comments, and then leadership will conclude, then we can bring today's proceedings to a close. Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
That's my proposal.
Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we can proceed.
Very well. I will then proceed to give the floor to Honorable Dr. Fred Che Asamoah, Member of Parliament for Ofinsu North, to make a statement on technical and vocational education and training. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful. I rise to make a statement on the strategic importance of technical and vocational education and training, TVET, as a national priority for economic transformation, industrialization, job creation, and national security. Ghana's future competitiveness will depend on how deliberately we build a skilled workforce that can respond to industry needs, technological change, and the demand for a modern economy. Mr. Speaker, in this regard, the German dual vocational education and training system offers important lessons because it has linked education, industry, and national productivity in a structured and sustainable way. Mr. Speaker, historically, Germany's VET system evolved from the apprenticeship traditions of the Middle Ages. However, following the devastation of the Second World War, Germany recognized that rebuilding its economy required a highly skilled workforce. Consequently, vocational education was elevated from being merely an educational option to becoming a central pillar of its economy. Germany's commitment to TVET is reflected in the skill and structure of its system. Its dual vocational training system has about 1.2 million apprentices, roughly 400,000 training companies, and more than 8,000 vocational schools, with training offered across more than 320 recognized occupations. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, about 74% of apprentices stayed with the companies they trained with and received employment contracts after completing their vocational training. In addition, it's worth noting that 96% of the apprentices secure employment after their training in Germany. A visit to the Deutsche Bundestag, that is the German parliament, the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the BVG Training Center in Berlin, Bonn-Rhein State University of Applied Sciences, AXA Insurance Group in Bonn, and the German Federal Institute of Vocational Education and Training, DAB BIBB, confirmed one central lesson: effective TVET must integrate theory, practical training, and real workplace experience. Apprentices typically train for between 2 to 3.5 years under a formal contract, combining school-based learning with company-based training, whilst receiving a monthly allowance. Mr. Speaker, the strength of the German model lies not
only in public investment, but also in strong employer participation, legal clarity, quality assurance, and the recognition that skills development is a long-term investment in productivity, innovation, and competitiveness. One of Germany's most important achievements is that TVET is not treated as a second choice pathway. Through legislation, employer leadership, chamber oversight, credible certification, and clear career progression, Germany has built public confidence in vocational education and positioned skilled work as respected route to prosperity. This model works because employers, labor unions, chambers of commerce and industry, training institutions, and government share responsibility for curriculum development, training standards, and assessment. It also works because, Mr. Speaker, apprentices are paid, trained in real workplaces, and given credible opportunity for employment, further education, entrepreneurship, and social mobility. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of this approach are evident. Companies enjoy a reliable supply of workers and reduce recruitment costs. Apprentices acquire industry experience and income during training and secure better employment opportunities. The government benefits from lower youth unemployment, increased industrial productivity, and enhanced national competitiveness. These outcomes have contributed significantly to Germany's position as one of the world's foremost manufacturing nations. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has taken commendable steps to strengthen TVET, but Germany's experience points to a clear reform that can accelerate our progress and make TVET a stronger engine of national development. And with this, Mr. Speaker, one, we will have to strengthen industry participation by making employers active partners in curriculum design, workplace training, assessment, and certification. Two, expand structured apprenticeship pathways across technical and vocational programs so that every learner gains practical workplace experience before graduation. Three, increase private sector investment in workforce development by encouraging businesses to train future workers rather than only consume skilled labor. Four, continue investing in modern workshops, laboratories, digital tools, and equipment that reflect current and emerging industry standards. Five, elevate the status of TVET through professionalization, licensing, and stronger links between certified skills and business registration in relevant sectors. And six, establish employer-led and independently assured certification system to improve credibility, public confidence, and labor market acceptance. Mr. Speaker, the lesson from Germany is clear. Sustainable economic transformation is built on a skilled workforce, and that workforce must be deliberately developed through investment, industry partnership, effective governance, and a national culture that values technical competence. As artificial intelligence and new technologies reshape the global labor market, Ghana must prepare its youth not only to seek jobs, but to create value, build enterprises, and compete in the industries of the future. I therefore call on government, parliament, industry, educational institutions, development partners, and all stakeholders to deepen their commitment to TVET and build a coordinated national skills system that is capable of training and driving Ghana's industrialization, youth employment, innovation, and long-term competitiveness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to make this statement.
Yes, it's time for comment, Honorable Soini.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to a very beautiful statement made by my honorable colleague to highlight the importance of technical and vocational training and its impact to national growth. The Speaker, I took note of the comparison with the German model. Mr. Speaker, he couldn't have been more right. The Speaker, I could not also help but think of the correlation between the examples from Germany and the examples that we have experimented with in this country over the years. I recall, Mr. Speaker, in JHS, when we began in the early 90s, it was, key. Technical education was a key component of the JSS model. And almost every JSS school at the time had a technical or vocational center as part of, the construction. And as part of learning, I'll say the first time I learned how to make a stool, the first time I learned how to actually prepare banku was at JSS. The first time I learned how to carve, a calabash was during JSS. And I wonder if any of our pupils today in JSS are exposed to some of these skills that we were taught, even at that level. The Speaker, the problem, however, after that exposure at JSS, I noticed later, was that some of our colleagues who decided to pursue, technical education to a higher level became lost along the line because the career progression, the educational pathway, when you choose to do technical and vocational education, is not that clear. And so sometimes they go to technical polytechnics at the time, and then they come out, and the placement, even in the job market, was a problem. I think to resolve that was the reason why the nation decided to introduce, to convert the technical university, technical polytechnics into technical universities. But I do not think that we have fully resolved that problem, that people who choose to go technical education, the full haul phase. The Speaker, I also could not help but think of this new policy of government, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. Clearly, if you listen to the German model, you can see the resemblance, you can see the similarities between the German model and the concept behind the introduction of the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program. The only problem we may be faced with now is the legal clarity that, according to his presentation, the German model has, and then the national acceptance that the German model has. If we are able to come together as a country and see this program, perhaps as a national program, that can help fine-tune, the technical and vocational education in this country, given the fact that we all accept that as a developing nation, it is the best way to provide jobs and employment for our people. I mean, today we all complain that even for building for putting up buildings, for putting up, infrastructure generally, we depend largely on citizens from our neighboring countries because they are more trustworthy, they are more skilled, and we know how much they earn as a result of this. And yet we have many of our young people who are still languishing without jobs. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the maker of this statement, and I will, on this basis, perhaps recommend that as a House, we see how together we can help, fine-tune, if there need be, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovation Program to become just like the German model that we seem to all admire and appreciate.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable John Dako.
Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to comment on the lucid statement made by my brother, the MP for Offenso North. Mr. Speaker, this statement is not only timely, but very, very important. Mr. Speaker, especially looking at the spectacular failure of the government's 133 policy. Mr. Speaker, the government of the day promised that through its policy, it will provide jobs for the Ghanaian youth, and that you have one job with 3 people will engage.
They should keep your time. Yes, majority.
Mr. Speaker, this particular failure.
Please, they are keeping your time. I recognize the majority.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, the rule is very clear in commenting on a member's statement. Don't engage in controversies. Please, make your comments, but avoid comments that will generate controversies, with all due respect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the people of Ghana will be the best judges whether in the past 17 or so months the so-called program to
Honorable John Dako, please
the 133, where is it? There's
our
no
standing
133
orders.
for the people of Ghana, Mr.
Respect
Speaker.
our standing orders.
Yeah, Mr.
A
Speaker.
statement, comment on a statement must not generate debate.
Mr. Speaker, I have not generated any debate. It is the majority chief who is generating debate from my innocuous statement. The statement is that this government has failed to, as it were, make provision
Honorable
for this
John
133.
Dako, once you will not heed to the advice from the Speaker, kindly resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker.
Please resume your seat.
Mr. Speaker, what? Now we
kindly resume your seat. Please kindly resume your seat. Honorable John Dako, resume your seat. Honorable John Dako, resume your seat. Yes, minority leadership.
I will advise my colleague to, he is a very dutiful and he's the type who pays attention to the rules. So he may have to revert his mind to 93.5. So I'll plead with my colleague, in as much as there are reasons to criticize this government, we will do it at the appropriate time. Yeah, at the appropriate time. So he should navigate appropriately. And I know he knows what to do. At the appropriate time, he will say what you have to say. So he'll proceed, and he'll be guided accordingly.
I have ruled.
Speaker,
you have the floor.
Speaker, what do you mean?
You have the floor.
To comment?
Yes.
Oh, Speaker, I want to yield to him. I rather want to yield to him.
He had his opportunity.
No,
Honor
Speaker,
members,
but I want to yield
we
to
are
him.
here. We are here to provide guidance.
Speaker,
and when a person presiding, not only me, is giving you guidance, in every parliament, you heed to the guidance. You don't continue the offense. It doesn't happen in any parliament. So when you make a statement which offends the rules and your attention is drawn to it, you depart and then you continue your debate. It is a disrespect to the maize if you keep on stating the point that offends the rules.
We will take a cue, and I will unreservedly, for on behalf of my colleague. I'm sure he will have the turn to speak. As we know you as the father of this house. So unreservedly, I don't want to apologize for he staying on the wrong course when you were continuously trying to to guide him. And so we'll plead with you that you should permit our colleague. And I'm sure this time he'll be guided accordingly. Yes, so we are grateful.
Speaker, grateful. I'm very grateful for the opportunity. I apologize unreservedly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the statement by my brother is timely in the sense that, Mr. Speaker, the level of unemployment in this country is amazing, and the best way that we can create employment is through the funding of TVET programs in the country. The point is that, Mr. Speaker, to the people of Ghana, to the youth of Ghana, no job is coming. The only way you can create jobs is for you to go out there. If you want to be a mason, get education, because the government is not providing you any job. If you want to be a tiler, get education, polish your skill. The government is not bringing you any job. If you want to be an electrician, make sure you have education. This government has no job for you. If you want to be a carpenter, get education. Make sure that you polish your skills. This is what TVET provides. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I believe that the Germans are succeeding. The reason why the Germans are succeeding is that they take these jobs, they polish them, and they make them better. And so I'll plead with my brothers and sisters in this country, the youth of this country, that if you are waiting for the government to provide you white-collar job, please, it is not coming. If you have the technical skills, polish it. If you're a welder in Swami, polish it. If you're a caterer in Swami, polish it. Make sure that you get education. That is the only way that you can get it, and that is what TVET provides. And so, Mr. Speaker, on that short note, I want to thank the maker of the statement for his lucid statements to this House, and to encourage the youth and the people of Ghana to ensure that they get technical vocational education training, because it is the only way they can get themselves out of this unemployment situation, because this government is not bringing any job. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on this.
Yes, minority. From the beginning, the indication was we are taking 1-1 and take the other statement.
No, Speaker.
We say 1-1,
yes,
then we come to leadership,
yes,
and then we can take the other statement.
To the chairman.
Well, the minority will have to also comment.
The prayer was that we take 1-1 plus leadership.
Yes, so I'm coming to the minority
Okay.
leadership.
Okay, great.
Speaker, a matter on TVET. Oh. Speaker, I actually yielded to him, so it should stand as I proposed.
Very well, majority.
Speaker, I yield to the Honorable Chairman for Education.
Yes, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I associate myself with the statement made by Honorable Dr. Fred Che Asamoah, MP for Ofinso North constituency. Yes, as he rightly said, we had the opportunity to be in Germany to understudy the dual TVET system. The program or the trip was sponsored by Get Fund, and we are grateful to Get Fund for that opportunity. Yeah, the dual system, as he mentioned, in Germany is such that apprentices who are students and workers as well have a dual opportunity. You could spend 3 days on training, that is practical training, and then 2 days normal lectures. And part of it is that the industry pays a stipend to each apprentice. And that is what is helping make people have or develop interest in TVET programs in Germany. Now, it is also important to know that in Germany, the government is not involved in payment of allowances to apprentices. It is the industry that does that, and it is working perfectly. So our recommendation is that we should adopt their system and see what role industry can play. Do we, as a nation, introduce incentives to companies or industries that will engage these apprentices? Because we have also even found it difficult that in Ghana, what happens is that many companies or industries are not ready to engage these apprentices for training or practical work. And that is also another challenge we need to look at critically. Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, we absorbed or changed some of these polytechnics into technical universities. And this was the reason for which it was done. But we have observed that many of these technical universities have abandoned their core mandates. They are now running these business programs, social sciences, and they are losing focus. I think as a nation and as a house, we need to look at it carefully. They must go back to the mandate that was given to them by the law so that they can focus on their mandate and provide technical and vocational education in the country. Some of them are even offering a PhD in business management and other programs that are not technically and vocationally related. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a long way to go, and as a house, we need to look at this carefully. Mr. Speaker, we also need a framework, a qualification framework for technical and vocational education. This morning, the Committee on Education had the opportunity to meet with CTVET, and this issue came up. What qualification or the name of examination are we giving to these products from technical universities or our technical institute when they write their examinations? It used to be NAPTEX. Now, what do we call this? It was City and Guilds also. What name do we give to their qualifications now? That framework, we must begin to work on it as quickly as possible. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to plan for these programs so that we can benefit from them. Currently, many artisans that we have in this country are foreigners from Togo and Benin, and they do much of the work for us. Years ago, anyone who wanted to go into technical and vocational education was considered to be not academically good. But I don't think that is the case now. Many people are beginning to develop interest in technical and educational vocation, and we need to encourage them. So, Mr. Speaker, the statement is in the right direction. We need to take a critical look at it and then make sure that we support technical and vocational education in the country. With the proposal by His Excellency the President to launch the TVET Fund shortly, I think that will go a long way to promote vocational education in the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honourable members, let's move to the last statement, standing in the name of Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo, Member of Parliament for Prestia, Uni Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my statement is on the increasing use of the ammunition and firearms at festivals, a grave public security concern. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to bring to the attention of this august House an issue of grave national security and public safety concern, one that continues to claim innocent lives and cause avoidable tragedies across the country. Mr. Speaker, our traditional festivals are sacred pillars of our cultural heritage. They are celebrated to promote unity, honor, and our ancestors, preserve our tradition, and foster community development. From the Bungun Fire Festival and the Fiok Festival in the north to the Ojra, Hobetitu, and Homo in the south, these gatherings are intended to showcase the beauty of Ghanaian culture, peace, and hospitality. However, Mr. Speaker, the traditional practice of musketry, which historically involved the use of blank gunpowder to produce symbolic gun salute, that is the boom, during festivals and funerals of chiefs and distinguished personalities, have increasingly been replaced by the use of modern pistols, locally manufactured shotguns, and even assault rifles and loaded with live ammunition. This dangerous trend is gradually transforming joyous cultural celebration into scenes of bloodshed, mourning, and fear. I refer to reckless, unregulated, indiscriminate firing of live ammunition and small arms under the guise of traditional gun salute. Mr. Speaker, this is no longer a hypothetical risk. It is an active public safety and security crisis. Citizens are losing their lives in the prime of their youth as a result of stray bullets fired during cultural and traditional celebration. Some of the recent headlines in our national media serve as painful reminders of the consequences of our inaction. 1. Stray bullet kills Bimbila SHS student during Bungum Festival celebration. That is July 2025. 2 dead, several injured in violent clashes during Tishi Homoho Festival, August 2025. Sub-chief shot himself dead to test potency of juju during festival at Ayamfre, May 2026. Ahiriasi Ojura Festival shooting, 1 dead, 4 injured, October 2025. 2 persons dead in the shooting incidents at Abosokan, Accra during the Ga Homo Festival celebration, August 2020. Mr. Speaker, these are not isolated incidents. Similar cases are reported almost every year during festivals across the country. The National Commission on Small Arms and Light Weapons has repeatedly highlighted the alarming reality that many of the firearms displayed and discharged at such events are unregistered, unlicensed, and therefore illegal. Urgent call to action. Mr. Speaker, we cannot sit back and watch our traditional festivals becoming synonymous with casualties, collateral damage, and avoidable funerals. Tradition must never come at the expense of human life. Our culture should protect the living, not endanger them. I therefore urge this August House to support the following urgent interventions. 1. Strict enforcement by security agencies. The Ghana Police Service, working in collaboration with their municipal and district chief councils, security councils, that is MUSEC and DISEC, must strictly enforce existing laws prohibiting the use of live ammunition at public festivals. Any individual found discharging firearms loaded with live rounds must be arrested and prosecuted without fear or favor. 2. Collaboration with traditional authorities. The National House of Chiefs, traditional councils, and community leaders must work closely with security agencies to sanitize our festivals. Traditional authorities should ensure that only designated, vetted, and licensed individuals are permitted to perform musketry, strictly using blank powder and never live ammunition. Legislative and policy review. The Ministry of Interior, in consultation with Cabinet, should urgently review and strengthen the legal framework governing the ownership, possession, and the use of small arms and light weapons. Existing gaps that allow individuals to misuse firearms with impunity during public gathering must be addressed. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, as the Member of Parliament for Prestia Hunivari, a constituency that deeply values peace, safety, and community cohesion, I stand here to say that one death is one too many. Let us act decisively today so that future festivals seasons are remembered for development, unity, and cultural pride, not for stray bullets, needless deaths, and broken families. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, that is a statement on the floor. It's now time for comment. Honourable members, let me admonish that by our rules, there is time for debate and there is time for comment. Regarding statement, we comment on the statement, we don't debate the statement. The rules are very clear. The floor is now open. Yes, in the absence of any member. Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. I rise to contribute to the statement ably delivered by Honorable Robert Wisdom Kujo, MP for Prestia Honey Valley, on the increasing use of live ammunition and firearms at festivals, a grave public security concern. Mr. Speaker, this statement couldn't have come at the right time. He has cited many examples where stray bullets at funerals, lethal bullets have caused harm, even deaths. And it is time for us to rise up as a people to look at our culture again. When we talk about 21 gun salute at various funerals, where men and women in uniform are supposed to perform their traditional duty, the 21 gun salute is fired with blank ammunition. It is not fired with live bullets. Similarly, at traditional funerals, musketry is just with blank ammunition. It's gunpowder that produces the sound. These days, out of modernity, I don't know whether we are trying to move into what we call the new culture. We have stopped using musketry by investing in blank ammunition and locally manufactured weapons. What we are using are live ammunition from pistols and properly made guns. But that is not the tradition. The tradition intends to create fun. The tradition intends to bring unity. The tradition intends to promote our culture. But when you go to a funeral and finally somebody is dead at the funeral ground because of stray bullet, men and women who are even trained to shoot, and sometimes the training can take you a year, they still suffer from the incident of stray bullet. Why will you think that civilian shooting at the funeral ground will not suffer a similar fate? So the call for us to look at this particular practice at our funerals is a very important call and a timely one. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that the role of DISEX in our various districts is to ensure peace and security at the local level. And I will support my colleague by saying that the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs should direct his MMDCs to collaborate with traditional leaders for us to sanitize our funerals. It is not right for somebody to go to a funeral and not come back, because in the process of performing the tradition, we lose another life. Mr. Speaker, today we are talking about the power of social media. It is very easy for you to take videos on funerals and share them with security agencies, and everybody will see who was shooting, and everybody will see who caused the death. And gradually the police will go in full haul to ensure that people who shot illegally and probably maimed some other people will be held accountable for that misconduct. It is important for us to continue to promote our culture, but best of all, let's save lives and enjoy to promote it in the sense that we don't dilute our culture to create problems. Mr. Speaker, In conclusion, should we stop masquerade funerals? Of course not. It is a culture. If the culture is bad, should we continue? Of course not. But what we ought to do is that let's collaborate with traditional leaders and define a way out. Even on the funeral ground, if there is a place you can locate and fire your musketry, it should be so. But don't stand in the middle of the people, in the middle of the crowd, and then you shoot. All of a sudden, some elements of even the gun can break up and cause harm to many other people. With collaboration and understanding of the role of traditional leaders, I'm quite sure that we will be able to sanitize this practice and continue to enjoy our culture. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Yes, minority leadership. Very well, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also contribute to the statement ably made by my colleague, the Honorable Member for Prestia Valley. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is known for the beautiful festivals that we have. And Mr. Speaker, our festivals, most especially, are purposely for unity and a display of a beautiful tradition we have as a way of also promoting tourism. And it should not be an occasion for death and injury. The use of live ammunition, Mr. Speaker, therefore undermines the purpose of these celebrations. Mr. Speaker, it is unacceptable unacceptable that during a festival or a funeral celebration, an act that is purposely used, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to funeral, to remember and mourn with the family, to celebrate a life. That occasion should not be a period where another life is lost. It's just unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, but the statement is timely because of the glaring glorification of firearms that we see. There are some videos, Mr. Speaker, that when you watch, you become scary and you wonder where all these ammunitions are coming from. So, Mr. Speaker, it is a security risk for all of us, whether you are close to where the festival was held or a funeral of such is being held. It tells you that once we see these ammunitions, tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, it might be coming to you through robbery. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is for all of us to consider the seriousness of this act. Mr. Speaker, victims, as we say, we go to funerals and festivals with the intention of returning back to our family. And Mr. Speaker, it must not be that after attending such an occasion, Mr. Speaker, something that was meant especially for joy, a joyful moment, such as in the case of festivals, like somebody coming to Axim, Mr. Speaker, for the Kundum Festival, only to return back with the news that to the family that the person is deceased, Mr. Speaker. So we have to pay attention to it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but I must commend the Ministry of Interior for the recent collection of ammunitions. Mr. Speaker, I believe a period was given for people with firearms to return them. And just this morning, Mr. Speaker, I read from the media that more than 2,000 firearms have been rounded up. And that is a good cause for us. We must commend the minister and also call on all Ghanaians. Citizens must report, Mr. Speaker. We live in a country where we sometimes feel that we are unconcerned because what we're seeing is not close to where we stay, Mr. Speaker. But if we don't collaborate with the Minister of Interior to report such cases, Mr. Speaker, the threat that it comes with might be knocking at our doors. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this message must not only remain in this chamber, but Mr. Speaker, must go out there
I always make a statement. I always say that, Mr. Speaker, we need to take advantage of social media also. And there must be a desk at every ministry where TikTok, where also, Mr. Speaker, contents are produced on TikTok. So that when you're on TikTok, you don't only watch unnecessary, forgive me to say, Mr. Speaker, unnecessary stuff, but deliberate education on how to protect lives in this country. Mr. Speaker, in rounding up, Mr. Speaker, our culture should be a source of pride, not pain. So let us preserve the drums, the dance, the language, and the tradition, but let us not end the recklessness use of live ammunition, which, Mr. Speaker, takes life. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement. Thank you.
Yes, Majority Chief. Speaker, let me commend my brother Wisdom for bringing this matter to the attention of the House. Speaker, we are all at risk, especially because even certified and licensed security companies that are not supposed to bear arms are bearing arms and are misusing the arms that they bear unlawfully. And so, Mr. Speaker, the hint by my brother Noku that a directive by the Ministry of Interior that people should surrender their weapons willingly, and so far about 2,000 weapons are recorded to have been surrendered willingly, is commendable. Speaker, all manner of people are in possession of firearms now, and at the least provocation, they want to unleash their firearms on innocent citizens. So we should, as a House, Speaker, if as the chair, I want to pray that this statement be referred to the Committee on Defense and Interior, because it's such a very topical matter. Speaker, you may be aware that as we speak, our former leader of this House suffered a similar fate a couple of days ago, and she's on admission. The story would have been different, but for some providence. And so the unlawful use of firearms must really be checked. Some attention must be paid to that matter. And this is not the only reported case. It's happening, like he said, at funerals, at festivals, and now on the least provocation, people want to fire arms at people. And so my prayer is that, Mr. Speaker, may you refer this statement to the Committee on Defense and Interior for them to consider it and bring a report, and then the House may come to some resolution on the matter and refer same to the Minister for the Interior for his consideration and policy formulation. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I thank you for the opportunity, and once more, I commend the member for Prestia Huni Valley for making this very important statement. Thank you.
Honourable members, instead of referring the statement to a committee, I would rather direct that the statement be transmitted to the Minister responsible for Interior for his perusal and necessary action. Honourable members, we've come to the end of statements. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, it's 5:39. By my reckoning, we haven't done quite 5 hours yet. And so, Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we adjourn the House. So, Mr. Speaker, on these terms, I move that the House be adjourned until tomorrow midday. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes.
Well, I'm hesitant to second the motion because you produce this. You see how voluminous it is. and we have not done 5 hours. Our order says we should sit ordinarily for 5 hours. And you want to pile up business when we are about rising, and then you bring everything. The businesses that are straightforward, especially reports that are, for instance, the local government committee meeting, the Ways and Means Committee has said that 77 out of 800 reports are ready. And we are operating under a 24-hour economy. What are you afraid of? I'm not sure the president will be happy to hear that you came, you did less than 5 hours, and you are moving a motion that we should close. The Ghanaians are watching you. If you want to close, you can go ahead and close, but we are ready to work.
Speaker, instead of my brother seconding the motion, decided to address the House. But let the record reflect that we took 9 questions today. We moved as many as 5 motions advertised on the order paper. We took motion in respect of rescission, did consideration, and completed it. For all this done within 5 hours. So, Mr. Speaker, you should second the motion.
Honorable Majority,
Yes.
Chief Whip.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Item number 34, Community Service Bill at consideration stage. Yes. Let's turn to page 20. Item numbered 1. Amendment proposed after clause 45. Standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomakin.
Mr. Speaker, the sponsor of the present amendment is not available. There's no indication that anybody has been sponsored to take this on his behalf, so it should be deemed as abandoned, Mr. Speaker.
Normally, we'll see whether he has instructed somebody to take the amendment. Is anybody instructed to take the amendment?
Speaker,
very well.
There's no such indication.
Then we'll take it that the proposed amendment is accordingly abandoned. Item numbered 2 at page 20. Proposed amendment standing in the name of Osahin Alexander Kwamina Afenyomakin. Is anybody instructed to move the amendment? Honourable members will take it that same is also abandoned.
Abandoned, Mr. Speaker, yes.
Item numbered 3. I to clause 53.
Speaker, there's no indication that the sponsor has instructed anybody to take this on his behalf, so it should be deemed as abandoned, Mr. Speaker.
Numbered I on clause 53 is also accordingly abandoned.
Thank you, Mrs.
Then I'll put a question. Entire clause 53. As many as are in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Clause 53 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Speaker. Speaker, may I humbly request that in respect of clause 45, we gloss over you putting the question in respect of 45 as variously amended.
No, I put a question on clause 45 already.
Yes.
But this is a new clause.
Yes.
You say after clause 45.
Exactly.
Add the following new clauses.
Speaker, you are right. So it was supposed to be a standalone provision.
Very well. What I'm supposed to do is to put a question on clause 51.
Yes.
As many as are in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 51 is ordered to stand part of the bill.
Speaker, may we take item number 4 in respect of clause 57?
Clause 57, page 21, proposed amendment IV. Yes. Honorable members.
Speaker,
yes.
Speaker, there's no indication that the sponsor of the bill has, please let me finish, has instructed a member to move this on his behalf. So I move that this be struck out as deemed abandoned, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Leader, Speaker, with respect, on clause 57, I have the authority of the minority leader to move the said amendment. On clause 57, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Amendment proposed after clause 9, insert the following new sub-clauses. 10, where a convicted person has applied. Insert the following new sub-clauses. Yes. Okay, sorry.
After sub-clause 9.
Yes. After sub-clause 9, insert the following new sub-clauses. Where a convicted person has applied for a review under this section, the supervising court may, on application by the convicted person or on his own motion, A, suspend the community service order in whole or in part pending the determination of the review, or B, grant bail to the convicted person on such terms and conditions as the court considers appropriate pending the determination of the review. 11, in exercising the power under subsection 10, the court shall have regard to A, the merits of the grounds of review, B, the likely duration of the review proceedings, C, the risk of prejudice to the convicted person if the community service order continues pending the review, D, the need to protect the public, E, and the other relevant circumstances that the court considers material. 12, where the supervising court grants bail under subsection 10B. Okay.
Speaker, by way of guidance, because the amendments are pretty long, the honorable member could just move in terms of the advertised amendment and then we'll consider it. Because if he wants to read the entirety of the amendments, they are pretty long, so it may take a bit of time.
Well, Speaker, I'm almost through, but I'm guided. The amendment could be taken as advertised, Speaker.
Members, this amendment is for the consideration of the House. But, Honorable, you have the authority to move. Are you aware that after conviction, the person is sent to prison whilst the review process is ongoing?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So just oppose it with the amendment that we are doing and see how it will feature in the community sentencing.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Because the community sentencing will become applicable when the offenses are offenses below, the sanction is below 3 years. And you'll be sentenced to serve in the community. But when you are sentenced to prison, immediately after the sentence, you are sent to prison before the review process will be going on. And completely, this will have nothing to do with the community service bill. So I don't know how a person who is convicted and is sentenced in a prison terms, the review application should be a factor for consideration under the community service bill. Yes?
Speaker, exactly, I was going to ask the honorable member to justify the present amendment, because the present amendment is not in tune with the tenor of the bill before us. Because if you read your proposed amendments carefully, then portions of the legislation will not be applicable. So it's an amendment that is not germane to the memorandum accompanying the bill before the House. It's not in tune with the memorandum.
Speaker, I disagree. We have proposed an amendment. It's before the House for consideration. You may want to put the question, and the House will decide.
Very well. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. The proposed amendment to clause 57 is not carried. I will then put a question on entire clause 57. As many as are in favor say aye. As many as are in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 57 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Honourable members, we have done more than 5 hours, and based on Standing Order 56, it is incumbent on the person presiding to adjourn the House. Therefore, I have decided to adjourn the House. Okay, yes. We've come to the end of consideration stage of the community service bill for today. Honourable members, as indicated, we have been sitting in excess of 5 hours. Therefore, by Standing Order 56-2, I will proceed to adjourn the House. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 25th June 2026 at 12 noon.